Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the state of Black Los Angeles. We are honored to have two distinguished women guiding us through today's important discussions. First, please welcome Melissa McGee, the always accurate meteorologist from NBC4 News, who has been a trusted source of weather expertise for Southern California. And joining her, Denora Perez, a dedicated, respected news reporter with Telemundo 52, who brings vital stories to life for the Spanish-speaking community. Together, they will lead us through a day of insightful panels, data discussions, and reflections on the state of Black LA. Please give a warm round of applause for our MCs, Melissa McGee and Denora Perez.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the state of Black Los Angeles. It is a privilege to return this year as your MC, surrounded by a room full of people dedicated to advancing equity for our communities. We are here at a time when our collective voice is stronger than ever, and the steps we take today will shape the future of Los Angeles and beyond. Today's event is also being live streamed on NBC4 and Telemundo 52 for audiences connecting virtually. The streaming can be accessed on NBCLA.com and Telemundo52.com.
Buenos dias. Buenos dias. Good morning, everybody. Today's discussions are not just about identifying the challenges we face. They're about coming up with solutions to solve those challenges that can move us forward. We begin by addressing one of the most pressing issues in our city, housing and homelessness. In the session, The Future of Housing in Los Angeles, Trends and Predictions, we'll hear from experts like Dr. Valicia Adams-Cullum and leaders in housing development who are working tirelessly to build a future where everyone has access to safe and affordable housing. Their work reminds us that this crisis is not insurmountable, but a challenge we are already rising to meet. Melissa.
Thanks, Denora. Next, we'll tackle health access and equity with the panel Breaking Barriers, addressing systematic inequities in healthcare access and quality. Moderated by Dr. William King, this discussion will feature public health champions who are pushing for systematic changes to ensure that our healthcare is a right for all and not a privilege. The voices you'll hear today are committed to ensuring that our community has access to the highest standards of care, no matter where you come from. We'll also dive into economic empowerment with a focus on building wealth and bridging the racial wealth gap through entrepreneurship and innovation. This panel brings together trailblazers in business like Dr. Anthony Samad and Kareem Webb, who are proving that by creating economic opportunity, we can uplift entire communities.
And finally, Melissa, we are honored to be joined by an incredible lineup of keynote speakers and leaders, from the Acting Secretary of HUD, Adrian Todman, to Mayor Karen Bass, to Congresswoman Maxine Waters, and many others. Their presence here today is a testament to the progress we are making and their dedication to advancing equity and justice for all Angelenos. This day is about more than just discussion, it's about action. Together, we will generate new ideas, forge partnerships, and walk away with a renewed sense of hope and determination. So, as we embark on today's journey, please commit to engaging fully, listening deeply, and continuing to build a better, more just Los Angeles for all. The path forward may be a bit long, but with each of us pushing in the right direction, we are making real, lasting progress. Thank you all for being here, and let's get started.
Thanks, Denora. Now, it is my distinct honor to introduce a visionary leader who has been a trailblazer for economic empowerment, social justice, and equality. As the president and CEO of the Los Angeles Urban League, she has championed programs that uplift underserved communities and foster meaningful change across Los Angeles. Under her leadership, the Los Angeles Urban League has continued its 100-year legacy of advocating for civil rights, job creation, and pathways to success for communities of color. With a deep commitment to progress and transformation, she stands at the forefront of making a real tangible difference in the lives of Angelenos. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Cynthia Mitchell-Hurd.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Wow, look at this room. We're here. We've done it. Good morning, distinguished guests. I am Cynthia Mitchell-Hurd. I'm the president and CEO of the Los Angeles Urban League. I am proud, thank you, I am proud to be the first woman to serve in this role in over 100 years. It is an honor to stand before you today to address the state of Black Los Angeles. As we gather here, we recognize both the heritage that binds us and the challenges that lie before us. We are proud of our rich heritage, our contributions, and our resilience. Yet, despite the many contributions made by Black Angelenos, we continue to experience the effects of long-standing systemic anti-Black racism, which include disproportionate rates of homelessness, incarceration, and other life outcomes that have significant impact on overall health and well-being. So what we must confront is the stark inequalities and inequities that face our communities. The state of Black Los Angeles is an outgrowth of the State of Black America, which is a signature annual report of the National Urban League, led by President Mark Morial. It first was published in 1976 under the stewardship of the late Vernon Jordan Jr., National Urban League's 5th president. Our State of Black LA the report is produced by Los Angeles County Anti-Racism, Diversity, and Inclusion Department. We are so grateful for the bold vision and support of Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. Actually, I'd like to have stand our Board of Supervisor, who's fixing her purse right now, Holly, yes, Holly Mitchell, 2nd District. 5 powerful women who continue to carry forward the county's commitment to improving the quality of life for people and for communities of Los Angeles. A huge thank you to all of the elected officials here today. Many of you have heard and are named, and you will see later. We also wish to thank the authors and the contributors of this report, many who you will hear from today as well. This report exposes anti-Black racism, existence, and impact on Black lives. It represents data on challenges facing the Black community, identifies root causes, and establishes framework of tracking progress, and offers actionable recommendations. The ultimate goal is to eliminate racial disparities and achieve equality and equity by disrupting harmful trends and transforming systems and policies. The Los Angeles Urban League State of Black Los Angeles will be a series of panel discussions today, focusing on economics, employment, health, housing, and homelessness. We all know it takes a full collaborative team to make a day like this happen. I would like to thank the Los Angeles Urban League staff, the Los Angeles Urban League Board of Directors, the Los Angeles Urban League Young Professionals, and the Los Angeles Urban League Guild. Will you all stand, please, and be recognized at this moment? And at this time, the teleprompter just went out, so here we are. You know, a day like this also does not happen in a vacuum. I'd like to thank our partners, NBC, Telemundo, for making today so very special. I'd also like to thank our funders, U.S. Bank, please stand. Thank you all for being our exclusive partner. I'd also like to thank Comerica. I'd also like to thank the Weingart Foundation. I'd like to thank our partners, USC, for being here and allowing us in this amazing venue, and more importantly, being our partner. Thank you. I'd also like to thank our partner, Butterfly, who is here today. Thank you. I'd also like to thank City National Bank. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Folt. Now, it's an honor to introduce a powerful advocate for social and economic justice who has dedicated her career to uplifting marginalized communities. Supervisor Holly Mitchell represents the 2nd District of Los Angeles County, where she has been a fearless leader in the fight for equity, healthcare access, and criminal justice reform. With an unwavering commitment to creating policies that center on racial and economic justice, Supervisor Mitchell has championed transformative initiatives in areas such as child welfare, housing, and environmental justice. Her leadership continues to make a lasting impact, not just in Los Angeles, but throughout the state. Please join me in welcoming Supervisor Holly J. Mitchell.
I want to congratulate the Urban League for starting on time. Some of us are still on that other time. That would be me. That's why you saw me coming in here on 2 wheels trying to put my jacket on. Madam President, congratulations for your historic leadership. I will follow you anywhere. Congratulations. And she's probably already been acknowledged, but she's my forever boss, Senator, Congresswoman, Ambassador Diane Watson. I'm thrilled to be here. I'm not going to repeat all the thanks Madam President did, but I want to tip my hat. I want to acknowledge the work that the county is doing, because I'm so deeply proud as a 3rd-generation Native, looking like me. My great-grandmother who came here never imagined that I would be serving on the board of the county that gave her opportunity, that gave her daughters opportunity, and my own mother opportunity. So I'm really proud. Last year, when I spoke at this event, LA County had released its first State of Black LA County report. That was a result of a motion brought forward by my predecessor, Mr. Mark Ridley Thomas, who has joined us today. And what's unique about that, give me a round of applause. What's important is that many of you thought that we were one and done. No, as a result of his motion, every year, Dr. Scorza and our ARDI initiative will be releasing a status of Black Angelenos in LA County to give us an opportunity to not only collect the data, but measure our success. So LA County will be releasing this report annually. And last year, I shared the importance of creating systems changes that have a generational impact on ending the disparities in health, unemployment, incarceration, and systemic racism that we all know too well. As you all are aware, the type of progress we need does not happen in 1 year or one election cycle or one person. That's why this annual event and our annual data collection at the county is critical. You know, a lot has happened since last year. We're facing a historic election. I'll say it one more time for the people in the back. A historic election, and certainly one that we could not have predicted a year ago when we gathered. At the same time, we're seeing national, state, and local policies that are setting us backwards in the fight to end mass incarceration, expand access to reproductive health care, efficiently deliver on county services, and humanely end our homelessness crisis. I was reminded of reproductive health and our maternal morbidity crisis as we heard about the naming here on this campus for Allison Felix. And I'm proud to say the work that the county is doing with our doula program and the fact that Martin Luther King Community Hospital has some of the best birth outcomes for Black women is something we should all be proud of. So I'm here to tell you that now is not the time to grow weary, and we're certainly not going backwards. Instead, I feel, and you should feel too, empowered to continue forward. Because if we weren't on the right track, they wouldn't be working this hard to stop us. That part. Addressing homelessness. Since we met a year ago, LA County Board of Supervisors approved putting a certain measure on the ballot, Measure A, to provide critical funding and accountability in addressing the homelessness crisis, which is disproportionately impacting our African American family, friends, and neighbors. We can't afford to turn our head. We have to lean in and address this issue face on, and I'm deeply proud that our mayor of the great city of LA has taken that task on, and we are standing right with her. The threats to our democracy and fundamental rights and ability to meet the needs of our communities are real. That's why I believe moving forward in an era of regression is an appropriate title for the county's latest State of Black LA report. And again, thank you to Dr. Scorza. The challenges and harmful policies impacting our communities are happening fast, and we can't just focus on reporting the numbers. As our forever First Lady told us in August, we're going to do something, and this is what we're doing at the county. Our report this year now includes direct access to county services and resources specific to the challenges being discussed. So when a community leader or community partner reads that Black youth are more likely than any other ethnic group to experience poverty and houselessness, they'll also see direct links in the report connecting them to the county's poverty alleviation program, our youth development department, and houseless initiative departments for resources. And because we know that the Black experience is not a monolithic experience, but instead an expansive constellation of stories, challenges, cultural moments, and places that connect us all, there's also a new component that asks you to share the places of significance within our community that have shaped your experience as a Black Angelino, so we can capture a more comprehensive story on the State of Black LA. Think of the State of Black LA report as a resourceful living document, not something that will gather dust on your bookshelf. So I encourage you all to visit it virtually, electronically, at ceo.lacounty.gov/ARDI. That's ARDI. ceo.lacounty.gov/ARDI to view all of its insights and to see this report in its dynamic design. You know, Alice Walker once said that the most common way people give up their power is by thinking they don't have any. All of us have a responsibility to use our power, to use the resources we have access to, our influence, to join with your county leaders in implementing recommendations within the State of Black LA. Recommendations that include repairing past harms by addressing unjust policies, tailoring outreach and service delivery to the cultural needs of our communities, and getting rid of this concept or the term hard to reach communities. We're not hard to reach. Government has hardly reached out to us. So as an agent of government, it's my job to make sure that vital services and support are more accessible to our family, friends, and neighbors. And I'm going to need your help in making sure that that message gets spread far and wide. So thank you again to the Los Angeles Urban League and everyone here today. These kinds of public-private partnerships are the way in which we are going to be successful in improving the lives of every Angelino, particularly the African American community. It's a pleasure to share time with you all.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell. Next, we are pleased to welcome a dedicated public servant who has spent decades advocating for economic development, affordable housing, and job creation in South Los Angeles. Oh no, we're actually not introducing this person. We are introducing someone else. So let's change the prompter if we can. I'm actually very, very pleased to be able to introduce the next guest. I work directly with her. She is a fabulous professional. And not only is she a fabulous professional, but she's also the VP News of Channel 4 News. And she has been dedicating her whole career to the news and to the community. And for us, it's a true pleasure and a true honor to invite our friend, our colleague, Marina Perlman.
Thanks, Nora. This is why I always got my note cards. Good morning, and thank you to the Urban League and the entire team behind today's event. A huge thank you, the force behind a lot of this, and my fellow Trojan, Cynthia Hurd. You cannot get enough applause because it is your vision that brought us all here today. It is your vision that brought us a partnership beyond our wildest dreams. You are certainly a force. On behalf of NBC4 and Telemundo 52, we are very proud to be the broadcasting partners once again for the state of Black LA. Amplifying this event is part of our commitment, our public service to the communities to make it easier to reach and give them the vital information they need that could change their lives and to help find solutions. The Urban League has assembled an incredible, knowledgeable, and powerful panel of thought leaders to help us understand the problems we're facing today at a critical time, but it's also a very exciting time that we all have an impact on. And most importantly, we are here to find solutions. As a news organization serving communities in both English and Spanish, we know the importance of taking time to examine these issues, and that is why we are streaming this event on Telemundo and NBC4 in its entirety. Once again, thank you so much. We are super grateful to be here and honored to be a part of this very important day. Thank you.
Thank you, Marina. I'm going to learn from Marina, and I've got my notes. Next, it is a privilege to introduce a dedicated public servant and trailblazing leader in Washington, D.C. Congressman Sidney Kamlager-Dove represents California's 37th district, where she advocates tirelessly for social justice, healthcare reform, and economic equity and equality. With a proven track record in California State Senate, Congressman Kamlager-Dove brings bold leadership and an unwavering commitment to addressing systematic inequities, criminal justice reform, and climate change. She continues to push for policies that uplift communities of color, working families, and the most vulnerable in our society. Please join me in welcoming Congressman Sidney Kamlager-Dove.
Well, good morning, everyone. How are you? We're going to say it one more time. Good morning, everyone. How are you? Thank you, Supervisor. I am among so many friends here, but I do still want to introduce myself. I'm Sidney Kamlager-Dove, and I'm the Congresswoman for the 37th Congressional District, and we are in the district right now. I am so honored to be here this morning at the Los Angeles Urban League's State of Black Los Angeles, because we're also at my alma mater, USC. Thank you, fight on. I want to give some thank yous to the Los Angeles Urban League and its board of directors for leading this important work, for USC for being amazing hosts, for NBC and Telemundo who are doing the important work of elevating these stories, and for every single one of you who are in attendance. We have a lot of work to do, not just up until the days leading to November 5th, but every day after that. As we focus our attention on this year's panel topics of health, access, and equity, the future of housing in Los Angeles, and economic empowerment, we are reminded that Black people across Los Angeles continue to bear the brunt of systemic racism and class inequities. Black people have the lowest life expectancy in Los Angeles County, which is nearly 6 years lower than the county average. And 32% of all unhoused people in Los Angeles County are Black. Black Angelenos, on average, have the lowest median household income and highest poverty rate in the county. So this report, these conversations are right on time all the time. But despite all of that data, data from the 2024 Angelino poll showed that Black residents were more likely than any other group to respond, strongly agree to the statement, "I belong in my community." I belong in my community. We belong in Los Angeles. So we have to keep showing up like we are doing today and every other day, so that we can have the necessary and uncomfortable conversations about righting wrongs and improving the quality of life for Black people and Black Angelinos. You all are doing the work right here. I'm here to tell you, despite the Band-Aids, I am doing the work in Washington, D.C. for you. This year alone, in spite of the drama by our Republican majority in Congress, who is responsible for setting the criteria by which we are able to award community funding projects. And this year, we had to deal with closed funding portals that would fund health and human services initiatives. We had to deal with restricted eligibility requirements for nonprofit organizations. And we had to deal with less than a week to get out RFPs and to get back applications for community funding projects. That is a lot to deal with. Those are some big obstacles. And yet, we were able to secure close to $13 million for this district alone in community funding projects. And I am actually thrilled to deliver some of those green dollars, $963,000, is that it? Close to $1 million to the Los Angeles Urban League for the Transitional Age Youth Mentoring and Career Development Project. Here you go, Cynthia. This is Cynthia's money. Take one more. Right here. Awesome. Thank you. Take one more. So I just have to applaud Cynthia Hurd again in the LA Urban League, because as I mentioned, we were given this information with less than a week. And that meant that the Urban League had to turn in a completed application in less than 5 days to try and get this money. But LA Urban League and Black LA showed up. And so now this project, that's worth a clap, right? So with this money, the Urban League will be able to provide 3 career development programs for almost 1,000 youth from at-risk and high-risk populations in South LA. These programs include enhanced skill training, focused on the necessary life skills that our young people need to be successful, credentialed vocational training in construction, in the trades, in the healthcare workforce, and in entertainment and sports, and most critically, one-to-one mentoring in our communities. I am not going to read the rest of this. I'm just going to say thank you. I'm going to say thank you. And I'm going to say thank you to all of the elected officials, all of the public servants who have been doing this work long before I even got here, who showed us what it means to be committed to our communities, to our neighborhoods, to the diversity that makes Los Angeles strong. My forever boss, Supervisor Holly Mitchell, mentioned her forever boss, Ambassador Congresswoman State Senator Diane Watson. I'm sharing this because there is a legacy of activism, and you know this, Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa. There is a legacy of activism that we have to continue, and your presence here reminds all of us that none of this happens in a vacuum. It only happens when we are working together, elevating stories, uplifting the things that we don't want to talk about because we wish they were not true, and then persevering to make sure that we are writing a different story with a broader lane that includes more of us, and not just with potholes and substandard footing where folks drop into the abyss, but strong infrastructure, foundations that last and will hold all of us up. So thank you for this work, and just know that we have to continue to do more of it together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Congresswoman. And few leaders embody the spirit of courage and conviction like our next speaker. Congresswoman Maxine Waters has been a fearless advocate for the people of California's 43rd District and a national powerhouse in the fight for justice, equality, and economic reform. As a chairwoman of the House Financial Services Committee, she has used her platform to champion the rights of everyday Americans, leading critical efforts to hold financial institutions accountable and push for meaningful change. Known for her bold leadership and unshakable commitment to her constituents, Congresswoman Waters has dedicated her life to public service, inspiring generations to take action for justice. Please join me in welcoming Congresswoman Maxine Waters.
Good morning, Black Los Angeles. I am so delighted to be here, and I'd like to thank Cynthia Hurd for carrying on the tradition of holding this forum for the Urban League. Let's give Cynthia a big round of applause. Thank you for your leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, when I was invited here and I took a look at what this forum was going to be all about, I saw that the panel topics would be economic empowerment, health access and equity, and the future of housing in Los Angeles. And I was so pleased because some of these are the major issues that I deal with in Congress every day. First, we've got to talk about housing. Homelessness is on the minds of everybody. In Los Angeles, what you're going to hear from the panel is over 70,000 individuals are on the street every night homeless. In this country, it's about 750,000 that are on the street every day. And so we're trying to figure out what can be done to get people housed safely and securely. Well, I want you to know the federal government does its share, and we send the money to LAHSA. LAHSA is the organization that has the responsibility for distributing those funds to all of the nonprofits, et cetera, who are working on housing in one way or the other. But that's not enough. What I have discovered is we've got to work with the locals. I've got to work closer with Los Angeles in order to deal with this problem. We are about 9% blacks of the population, but with 30% of the homelessness. And so, in looking at what we can do, in addition to the federal money that's sent to Los Angeles, we've got to make sure there is a real one-stop shop. A one-stop shop in order to get the permitting and the licensing done quickly. The longer it takes, the more the cost of getting affordable housing built. And so there's something else going on, and we know that we've had a problem with zoning, and we need the database of all of the available properties, et cetera, et cetera. There are two groups that are coming together. You are familiar with Not in My Backyard. But what you're not maybe familiar with is Yes in My Backyard. The two groups are coming together, and they're beginning to talk about what they can do collectively dealing with the zoning problem that we're confronted with in LA. And I'm very pleased about that. I want you to know that in addition to that, I had a huge bill for $350 billion, and I was not able to get it past the Senate because we had two Democrats, Sinema from Arizona and Manchin from Virginia, who literally killed the bill and came up with something that they call dealing with inflation. But I want to tell you that I've not given up on the money that is needed here in Los Angeles and all across the country. The bills that I'm going to be working with Kamala on, because Kamala has made housing one of her top topics for the agenda that she is advancing. And so those bills are about $150 billion. The first is H.R. 4233, the Housing Crisis Response Act. This bill will provide more than $150 billion in fair and affordable housing investments, representing the single largest investment in affordable housing in our nation's history. These funds would create nearly 1.4 million affordable and accessible homes, help 294,000 households afford their rent, and address the racial wealth gap through the first ever national investment in home ownership for the first time, the first generation buyers. 55 members are currently co-sponsoring this bill. The next is H.R. 4232, the Ending Homelessness Act. This bill would end homelessness and significantly reduce poverty in America by transforming the Housing Choice Voucher Program into a federal entitlement so that every household who qualifies for assistance would receive it. The bill would also ban housing discrimination based on source of income and veteran status. 45 members are currently co-sponsoring this bill. This is so important. In the city of Los Angeles, we have people who have been standing in line with Section 8 vouchers for years. In addition to that, we have some areas adjacent to Los Angeles who will not accept the vouchers. That's discrimination. And so we're dealing with this voucher issue because if you fit the criteria, you should be able to get a voucher, and we're going to make sure that the money is in this legislation by which to cover all those in need of Section 8 vouchers. Then there's H.R. 4231, the Down Payment Toward Equity Act. This bill will help to narrow and ultimately close the U.S. racial wealth and home ownership gaps by providing $100 billion in direct assistance to help first-time, first-generation home buyers purchase their first home. This would include assistance for down payments. You know, our young people, many of them in the gig economy who are working for Uber and Lyft and all of that, still cannot save up 20% for the down payment. So this would include assistance for down payments, closing costs to help buy down mortgage interest rates. And so 49 members are currently supporting this. I feel real good about these bills. I feel real good about them not only because, as I alluded to, Kamala has indicated that she is going to make sure that this is the top of her agenda, because homelessness and the housing problems are not only in Los Angeles, it is national. It is in our urban areas. It's in our suburban areas. It's in the rural areas. Yet, there are legislators who represent those rural areas who do not really represent their communities, who have not been supportive. But if, of course, and when we get the next president of the United States, and as you go down ballot, all of us in the House will make sure that we're in the majority, hold on to the Senate. When we put it on Kamala's desk, these bills will be signed. And that is what we can look forward to. Let me just speak a little bit about what we've tried to do in that committee that I chaired until we lost the House. I created a subcommittee on diversity and inclusion. In creating that committee, I wanted to do what we've been trying to do for years. We have been trying to deal with racism for many, many years. And so I thought, while I was chair, I would see if I would do it by calling it by another name. And so I gave that responsibility to Ms. Beatty out of Ohio, and we began to collect the data from all of the corporations in America. We want to understand who's in the C-suite, who's on the board, what's happening to those people who have been working for years, who have not had upward mobility opportunities. And so we are starting with the biggest banks in America. I know that many of you think Jamie Dimon knows it all, but he doesn't. And when he comes before my committee, he's got to talk about the commitments that he's made that have not been done. Because it is so important to understand, as we move toward business, what are the impediments? What is it that keeps us from being able to own the businesses and to be the entrepreneurs that we would like to be? First of all, there's a lack of access to credit. The big banks do not wish to be bothered with small businesses. If you want a $50,000 loan, a $100,000 loan, you can't get it from the banks in your own country. They don't want to be bothered. It is not profit-making for them, they say. And so we have created some alternatives by way of CDFIs that I hope you've heard of, Community Development Financial Corporations, and we have them spread throughout the country. One of the biggest ones is here in Los Angeles, known as Lendistry. Have you heard of Lendistry? They have $1 billion, and they're making loans to people who would not be able to get those loans. But of course, there's another CDFI, Pacific Coast Regional, that I started long before I went to Congress when I was in the California State Legislature. And then there's the Vermont Slauson one that some of you know about. These are the options that we created to get around the fact that we could not get the money for small businesses from the banks of America. And I'm not just talking about the big banks. I'm talking about the regional banks. We have had to depend a lot on the community banks and on the credit unions. But this is a fight that we've got to have. What we discovered during COVID, we discovered that we could put money into saving our small businesses. However, the banks had the responsibility for distributing that money to our MDIs, minority deposit institutions. These are your minority banks, your black banks. But what they did was they created their own panels. And in creating those panels, they took care of their concierge clients. And so, because I happened to be in a position along with Nydia Velasquez, we shamed them. We went back. We got $60 billion. We put it into the black banks, to the credit unions, and to the community banks. And they were able to get that money not only to our community banks and black banks, but they were able to make sure that that money went to the small businesses. The small businesses were able to hold on to their personnel, to their employees, and take care of some of the overhead. And so we saved those businesses, and that was a good lesson for all of us, that if you work at it, if you try, if you're willing to put up the fight, if you're willing to call them out and tell it like it is, you can get things done. This is time out for people who are afraid to be confrontational. You get nothing if you're not confrontational. I want to tell you, on this committee, where I'm now the ranking member, I want people voting down ballot so that we can get that House back. I want that gavel back. I want that gavel back because I know what to do with it. I know how to get money to Los Angeles. I know that all of this is possible. And so, as we talk about housing, as we talk about small business, we've got to make sure that people are able to participate, to have access to credit, and all of those things that make for making sure that we close this big wealth gap. There's a big wealth gap in America. Some people say it is so big it will never be closed. But I'm an optimist, and I believe that it will be closed. And I want to make sure that in that responsibility that I have for all of the banks, all of the everything that goes on in the financial world, whether we're talking about Wall Street, whether we're talking about capital markets, whether we're talking about the federal government and all of the agencies that come under my committee. We have the SEC, we have the Treasury, we have the Feds, we have the OCC, we have the FDIC, we have all of these agencies and the systems that have been developed, not only in the federal government, but at the state level and at the city level, are systems of exclusion. They're not intended for everybody to participate. And we've got to break up the systems. We've got to make sure that there are opportunities for our businesses to do business. I am looking at the procurement processes in every city in this country. I want to know who is making the decisions. When we put that money out there to deal with the infrastructure in this country, and we can't get black businesses to get a part of the business, is because the old boys club run too many city councils, too many cities, and we're not able to compete fairly with procurement. So procurement, access to capital, and I'm working with a lot of young people in Silicon Valley because we don't get our share of venture capital. Venture capital is available to help startups, to help expansions, to help get the technology. And of course, they were doing a better job of it in Silicon Valley. But of course, Silicon Valley Bank got too aggressive, didn't take care of their risk management, had securities that were not worth what they held when they first bought them because of inflation, and so we had to close them down. But we know now that they were a go-to bank. The traditional banks in this country are not ready to give opportunities to young people with creative ideas. I want you to know there's an underground in Los Angeles with young people who are making products out of their homes. And when they find a brick and mortar building that will buy their product, they're going straight to them. No banks are involved, no third parties are involved. I know one lady that's making leather jackets, on and on and on. I'm going to work with the underground also. I'm going to work with these young people because they're creative. They've got ideas. They're good for our economy. They're good for the city of Los Angeles. Having said all of that, I'm going to close by telling you this. The state of Black LA, I think of not only in political leadership, but also in those leading important institutions in our region, like the CEO of Metro. This is huge. It's a black woman, Stephanie Wiggins. The president of Cal State LA, Dr. Bernice A. Johnson-Innes. The president of the LA Board of Airport Commissioners, Kareem Webb. The president of LA Southwest College, Dr. Anthony Culpepper. The president of El Camino College, black woman, Dr. Brenda Thames. The president of Charles Drew University, Dr. David Carlisle. The CEO of Lindustry, Everett Sands. The president of LA City College, Dr. Emmanuel Gabrou. And the president of Cal State Dominguez Hills, Dr. Thomas Parham. That's just naming a few. When we get these positions, you gotta know how to go to the people and ask for whatever it is they're supposed to be delivering. One of the problems that we're having is that we can't get enough information out to people about how to utilize these resources. Some of us are in the leadership of creating these resources, and we try to get to the radio stations, the newspapers, all of the media, but unfortunately, economics is not a sexy topic. And so if we're not talking about shooting somebody, If we're not talking about stealing something, we don't get the coverage, and people don't know where to go to get the information. I love LA, and I am directing resources there for as long as I can, whether I am with the gavel as the chair of the committee, which I hope to be when we get this election done, or whether I'm the ranking member. We must use our power when we get in these positions to undo the systems that have excluded for so long. I want you to know, I know that LA and the mayor are working very hard to do something about homelessness. I get that. I just talked to the woman, black woman who heads LAHSA. I know what she's trying to do, but it takes all of us. Every part of every government must be involved. I can't tell you about some of the money that we just put in California because it will take too much time. But the state small business credit initiative, we've got over $1 billion for loans that go to businesses all over the state. And LA deserves its fair share. So if you're willing to work for it, you can get it. But if you think somebody's going to give it to you, you'll never have it. Thank you very much.
Fired up. I want some money now. Super fired up. Thank you so much, Congresswoman Waters. Our next speaker has spent her career at the forefront of addressing one of the most critical issues facing our nation. That's housing. Acting Secretary Adrian Todman of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development brings decades of experience and a deep commitment to ensuring access to affordable, safe, and equitable housing for all Americans. Throughout her career, Secretary Todman has been a driving force behind policies that address housing instability, homelessness, and community development. Her leadership at HUD focuses on improving housing outcomes and uplifting underserved communities through innovative solutions and compassionate action. Please join me in welcoming, live here in Los Angeles, United States Cabinet member, the Honorable Acting HUD Secretary Adrian Todman.
Good morning, everyone. So my first act up here will be to have a conversation with my team, who thought it was a good idea to have me speak after Chairperson Waters. So we're going to have a good and long conversation, Zach, about who thought that was ever going to be a good thing. Good morning, LA. Good morning, Black LA. I bring you first greetings from our president and from our vice president we're going to clap for that. Because they understand the importance of these kind of convenings and the importance of the LA city and county community in making sure that we're not just doing right for the communities who need our help, but that we're accessing and delivering the federal resources that they both have been working very hard to secure for people across the country. I would be remiss if I did not begin with lifting up in our thoughts all of the people who've been impacted by Hurricane Milton and Hurricane Helene. Some of you may have family and friends that were in the path of both hurricanes. I know that the entire federal family has been working very hard, not just to prepare for the impact of Hurricane Milton, but the recovery and response that we have in so much of America right now with the impact of Hurricane Helene. So I know you join me in lifting them up in our thoughts, given the difficult days and years they have ahead. When I was a little girl, my parents worked really hard to make sure that their baby girl had a level of education opportunity to go further than they did and further than their parents did. And likewise, I gave the same things to my daughter so that she could achieve things that I have not yet achieved, because that's what we do. That's how we were brought up, to do good so we can help the next generation. There are so many people right now who feel that those opportunities are not afforded to them for a variety of reasons. And I know that while many of us in here are doing just fine, I know that too many of us who look like us need our help. And it's one of the reasons why HUD feels so strongly about its partnership with the Urban League, because we are able to achieve our mission through the work of the Urban League because of the frontline posture that they have to people who they need to serve. So I'd like to acknowledge and thank CEO Cynthia Mitchell-Hurd for your work in making sure that HUD's mission is being delivered here in LA. So I took a look at some of the data for the reason that we're here today about how Black LA is doing. Unemployment higher than other populations, homeownership lower than other populations, high school graduate rate lower, but touch points with law enforcement higher. And when I look at that data, I don't feel burdened. It does not burden me. It means that I have to wake up every day and fight harder and work harder to make sure that my department is doing everything it can to help people who live in this county, and know that we're committed to that. We are absolutely committed to that. And what does that look like? It means that the strong relationship that we have with housing counselors, not just with the Urban League, that they are there in the trenches working with people who feel they can't pay next month's rent, or they want to become a first-time homeowner. And we partner with the Urban League and others so well to get that job done. It means that HUD's role in spurring economic development needs to be intentional about how we're dedicating our dollars and to the small businesses that need our resources. It means that we need to support all of our emerging scholars, much like the centers of excellence that HUD has been creating at HBCUs across the country. But we know at the federal level and in my department, we can't do that work alone. It will take absolutely all of us, and that you need the strong partnership of the federal government to have your back. And it's one of the reasons why HUD has provided $1 billion just over the past couple years, $1 billion to ensure that the mayors and the board of supervisors and others are doing everything they can to take on the homelessness crisis that's in this region. It also means that we know we need to do everything we can to build and preserve more affordable housing for people who need it in this state, but particularly in this region. But we're also doing common sense things to make that path for economic development amongst Black LA one that is attainable. What does that mean? It was just last year that our vice president announced a reduction in HUD's mortgage fees to make sure that we were trying to mitigate for the fact that interest rates had gone up and it was difficult for people to become first-time homeowners. For those of you in the business, it was our mortgage insurance premium cut. And what that has done just in 1 year, it saves home buyers $800 million in terms of accessing HUD's mortgage insurance. And we've created 2 million first-time homeowners across the country, including right here in LA. It also means that we're taking a common sense look at how we're underwriting, helping folks become first-time homeowners, looking at the impact of student debt, making sure we're calibrating that correctly for credit-worthy families, making sure that we're doing things like looking at on-time rental payments as a way to find someone who is creditworthy to receive our insurance, things that don't require money, but things that require a common sense approach. We're also trying to make sure that as people garner some generational wealth, that they're able to keep it and keep it fairly. The president assigned us an important assignment a couple years ago to take a look at appraisal bias. Anybody heard of that? And this is the idea, not a surprising idea, but this is the idea that two homes right across the street from each other, that the black home would be appraised lower than the white home that's right across the street. And he got the data on that. The vice president said, we can't have this. This is wrong. And so the past couple years, HUD and our partners in the White House have been on a journey to correct for that. And this is a very interesting thing, because appraisal is done outside, the underpinnings of how appraisals are done outside the federal government's authority on an entity that is just beyond our reach. But we didn't let that stop us. We have made sure that banks are creating a fair process. So when a homeowner feels that their appraisal, that they're being lowballed, they have a path to appeal. We're making sure that homeowners even know that they have a right to do something about it. Most people just accept it and say, that's just the way it is. That's not the way it is. That's not the way it should be. And so we're trying to make sure that people are empowered with information to know how to correct those wrongs. But we're doing more than that. This industry is less than 1% black. And so we are forcing them through a settlement to diversify who's getting these jobs and who's going into homes to make sure that they're doing fair appraisal so it looks like America. That's what your government is doing for you. You know, one of the things that we also feel very strongly about is making sure that we are doing everything we can to bridge the gap between people who are homeless and people who do need housing. My colleague and I, Secretary Becerra, I believe you'll be hearing from him via video in just a little bit, came together and created a housing and healthcare accelerator. And what that's doing is it provided 8 states across the country, California being one of them, an opportunity to look at how do we bridge the gap between making sure our brothers and sisters who are on the street are able to get into housing more quickly by using some of the Medicaid dollars to do smart things like a security deposit, providing services for people who need it the most so they can stay housed. And so both Secretary Becerra and I have locked arms to work with states like California to make sure that the housing dollars and the healthcare dollars are working in tandem. And that is your federal government at work. But one of the things we also know is that we need to make sure that we are helping to protect people in their homes. Just earlier this week, the president announced historic levels of funding to help remove lead from our water and from our homes because our babies are getting sick. And so right here in LA, HUD is providing $13 million to LA County to help carry out that work and make sure that we are removing lead paint from homes, whether they're publicly or privately housed. Let me end with this. These types of interventions by way of resources and having a common sense approach to getting our work done only comes with leadership. It doesn't happen because. It doesn't happen because somebody thought about it. It happens because there are people in the right positions who care about people who need the power of the federal government the most, like Black LA. It means that folks like the good chairperson, I don't call her ranking member, I'm afraid. I'm just gonna call her chairperson. It means that our chairperson, Waters, is in a position to do what she needs to do to deliver on the mission of her committee. You know, I've had the great pleasure of working with the president and with the vice president these past several years. And you will not find, and I've been around DC a little bit, you will not find leaders who care more about the people in a very intentional and focused way. Evidenced by the fact that our president on day one created an executive order centered on equity and made sure that every cabinet member and every appointee that worked for him and the vice president delivered on that executive order every single day. I want to thank you all for what you are doing to bridge that gap between our work and what the people need to receive, particularly here in LA. Stay blessed, and And thank you.
Thank you so very much. And our next speaker is a visionary leader, an educator, an advocate who has dedicated his career to advancing equity and community empowerment. Dr. D'Artagnan Scorza, the Executive Director of Racial Equity for Los Angeles County, has been at the forefront of efforts to address racial disparities and promote equitable outcomes for all residents. Dr. Scorza's work in the community, education, and government sectors has driven meaningful change, and today, he will share insights from the latest LA County report focusing on key initiatives that are shaping the future of the region. His commitment to fostering inclusive policies has made a lasting impact on countless lives across Los Angeles. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Scorza.
Thank you so much for that warm welcome. Good morning, everyone. You know, I'm honored to be here with all of you today as a part of this incredible event in partnership with the Los Angeles Urban League. I want to thank again President Mitchell Hurd for her leadership and that of her team. I also want to just thank you all on behalf of our Chief Executive Officer, Kezia Davenport, along with deep appreciation for our Board of Supervisors, especially Supervisors Holly Mitchell, who you heard from earlier, and former Supervisor Mark Riley Thomas, who helped to create the Anti-Racism Diversity Inclusion Initiative and are consistently supporting this work within the county to help advance equity. I also want to thank each and every single one of you for being here today. Your leadership in our community helps to drive the change that we need to improve outcomes for all in Los Angeles. Now, I'm here to talk to you about the data. I'm here to talk to you about the report and the state of Black LA. For the second edition of this report, we took a more person-centered approach to study how Black people are faring in LA County, starting with the premise that all people, especially Black people, are in need of and deserving of dignity, belonging, and a satisfying quality of life. There are existing county services and programs that aim to address many of the challenges identified in the report's findings, along with efforts needed to raise awareness of the availability of those resources. Advance. We look at these themes within a larger context of what we're referring to as an era of regression. And these are efforts to roll back, many of the gains we've achieved over the past 100 years, and especially since the civil rights efforts, and since the death of George Floyd, that certainly improve the quality of life, the outcomes people experience across their life, as well as a sense of belonging within our communities. Now, again, since the death of George Floyd, and despite what may have seemed like a watershed moment in our society, we've witnessed widespread attacks across the country on various initiatives in both the public and private sector, where there are coalitions and groups that are opposed to equity and to closing racial disparities. Now, while these coordinated efforts to undo progress are nothing new, the last 4 years mark what appears to be the early stages of what we're calling is an era of regression, in which progressive policies are being dismantled and legislative actions are taken to roll back civil, human, and political rights for marginalized communities. So within this context, this national context, we studied the state of Black Los Angeles County. But here's what I'm proud to share with you all about where LA County is. Locally, we have doubled down on our work. You all should be proud of the leaders that you've helped to elect, that you've put in positions of power, because not only are they committed to an anti-racism policy agenda, but they're committed to making sure that equity prevails. I think about equity like I think about shoes. Now, let me tell you what I mean by that. Everyone, right, needs a pair of shoes. We call that equality. Equity is about making sure that you have shoes that fit, right? About making sure that the resources you need and the place you're starting from match. Advance. Now, I want to thank our research partners, Loyola Marymount University, our Internal Services Department, and their Geospatial Information Systems teams, and especially my team in the Anti-Racism, Diversity, and Inclusion Initiative for their incredible work to help advance these efforts. Now, if you take out your phones right now, or if you want to visit the report, you can do so because it's a digital report. So you don't have to, have a physical copy. You can go to our website at ceo.lacounty.gov/ARDI/SBLA, the State of Black LA, and access the report. The report has over 120 indicators across these various domains, from physical health to education and civic engagement. We added 3 new focus areas this year, which enables us to really dig into the quality of life that exists here in LA County. I encourage you to scan the QR code on the screen and access the online report. I'm going to be talking to you about some of the features of the report throughout the day. There's some really cool things we did, like a 3D digital map highlighting special places of interest in Los Angeles County that capture and memorialize the history of Black communities. So if you want to submit a place that you know in your community where Black folk have not only made a difference, but have had a significant effect upon that community, we invite you to help capture that space and memorialize it in this year's report. Advance. Now, based upon what we learned in this report, I'm going to start you off with a few recommendations. And you're going to hear today's panels and panelists talk about why these recommendations emerged, but moreover, talk about the data itself. Based on the report's findings across various domains, 3 of which we'll talk about today, the needs, resources, and recommended actions identified through the data and elevated during discussions and organizational efforts with community members align with many of the things the county is doing, but also speak to things that we still need to do here throughout our region. The county has done a number of things to help address safety and justice, as well as housing, including declaring homelessness as an emergency and standing up and investing deeply in the homeless initiative. The county has also launched a Department of Youth Development, Economic Opportunity, Justice and Care, as well as opportunities as well. And the county has adopted a strategic plan, as well as a countywide racial equity strategic plan that incorporates strategies to improve outcomes for all Angelenos, especially Black LA community members. Now, these recommendations emerge from those conversations, and the first main one is to adopt a targeted universalism approach. Now, in academia, in academic terms, that's, creating this large common goal that applies to the specific needs, context, beliefs, values, practices, and conditions of various communities. The second recommendation is to repair harm and expand access. Now, the idea here is that we want to create accountability for past and present harms inflicted upon Black communities. And what the county has done to do this, under the leadership of the Board of Supervisors, through a motion that was led by Supervisor Holly Mitchell, is to launch an effort to advance reparations here in LA County. Come on, y'all can do better than that. We're doing reparations in LA County. Now, the intent of this motion is to create accountability for past and present harms, especially for Black communities, and to address those harms that were perpetuated by unfair policies. My office will be forming a work group to help develop a reparations proposal for African Americans based upon the state work and the state task force, as well as put forward a board resolution that acknowledges and apologizes to African Americans and their descendants on behalf of the county and the county's role in structural racism as well. And then finally, we're deeply committed to providing and expanding services and programs. That includes, the recommendation is to provide mobile health, counseling, educational, and career services to increase access to communities with difficulty traveling due to disability, health and or safety concerns, or lack of transportation. We know that it's difficult. We live in a sprawling community, more than 4,000 square miles, with more than 10 million residents. It is very hard to centrally locate services in LA County. So we got to go meet people where they are, and that's what many of our residents said. Advance. So, now, as we prepare to get into the panel, I'm going to talk to you briefly about the data. And I'll be coming up here to you before each panel to talk to you about the data that's in the report, lifting up a few key findings along with some bright spots along the way. Advance. So, we know across the life course, we know across housing affordability, across quality of life, and in neighborhoods that we live, that all of these factors play significant roles in shaping our outcomes. Now, in the housing and homelessness domain, we learned that unfortunately, Black Angelenos are less likely than any other racial group in the county to own a home or to have their application for a mortgage be accepted. We also know that more are likely than any other racial group to be rent burdened, which means that we're spending more than 30% of our gross income on rent, and to experience eviction. That's 1.6 persons out of 100 renter households. We know that Black folk are 4 times more likely than the county average to experience homelessness, and Black elders in particular experience homelessness at a higher rate, making up 37% of all elders experiencing homelessness, even though they make up only 8.4% of all elders countywide. There's a lot that's going on in our community in the housing and homelessness domain. We've heard about African Americans comprising roughly 9% of the county's population, but 30% of our homelessness population, and a whole host of other outcomes that are negatively affecting our communities. But today's panelists are going to talk to you about what the landscape looks like and what the experiences are so that we can provide context to these numbers. And then hopefully later on, I'll be able to share with you some of the bright spots, looking not only at what we're doing here as a region, but what we need to do to close these gaps. Thank you.
It's time to begin our first discussion on housing and homelessness. Please welcome our panelists. All right, it's time to have our little morning chatty chat. We're going to have a conversation. So we're discussing housing and homelessness, the future in Los Angeles, all the trends and predictions. And what a pleasure to introduce this blockbuster lineup of speakers. So please hold your applause until I complete the introductions. First, we have Dr. Melissa Chinchilla, one of the nation's foremost homelessness issue experts. She's a research scientist at UCLA and the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs. Next is Michael Banner, president and CEO of Los Angeles LDC. Michael is a transaction specialist who channels development capital to distressed neighborhoods. Next is Michael Rochelle Mills, the president and CEO of Innovative Housing Opportunities, a nonprofit in Santa Ana. Next panelist is Michael Anderson, an architect and one of the leading voices in the National Organization of Minority Architects. He has his own firm, Anderson Barker Architects, specializing in transforming underserved communities through development. And to my far left, we have Sandra Crawford, the Chief Equity Officer of the National Alliance to End Homelessness. Finally, our moderator for this distinguished panel, Dr. Valicia Adams-Cullum, CEO of the Los Angeles Housing Services Authority. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm welcome to our accomplished panel of experts.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm hoping you can hear me. Yes, okay, mic is working. Good to see everyone, and I'm honored to be here, and it's so great to be with such a distinguished panel of experts. I want to say that this is a very special moment in Los Angeles. As you all know, we are facing a humanitarian crisis when it comes to homelessness. Mayor Bass, on her first day in office, called a state of emergency, and as you just heard, the county supervisors agreed and also called a state of emergency. So the amount of alignment and agreement that we must do something about the state of our streets and what this means to Black Los Angeles is very clear. The drivers of homelessness are also clear, and we want to talk about those today. There's an inadequate amount of housing, as you all know. And we also know that housing is too costly and rents are too high. But we also want to call out systemic racism as a driver of homelessness. As you heard earlier, here in Los Angeles, Black people make up 8% of the general population, and 30% of those who are houseless. This is true across our country. In most of the states, we see this type of overrepresentation of Black people. So today's panel is going to discuss the intersectionality of housing and homelessness. You really can't talk about one without discussing the other. Homelessness is a symptom of the housing affordability crisis. A household, as you heard, is considered severely rent burdened when they spend more than 50% of their income on rent and utilities. They're considered cost burdened when they spend 30% of their income on those expenses. Ms. Mills, I want to start with you. You spent a large part of your career building affordable housing, and we salute you for that. And coming from your work as a developer, can you please share with us the challenges that you've faced building affordable housing in Black and brown communities and the successes that you've also seen in that work?
Well, let me start with the success. I do believe now that affordable housing is usually the best maintained, the best looking on the block. I do, on the opposite end, feel that one of the challenges that I find is that we tend to congregate around a single identity, and that identity now is homelessness and permanent supportive housing. We do a great deal and raise a lot of money and push a lot of legislation to taking care of those who are homeless. But our housing works after you fall off the cliff. Mm-hmm. Where, in my organization, my interest, because I live and have been raised and grew up and raised my family in the Crenshaw district, I'm concerned about us placing that kind of concentration of poverty along those corridors, because what we're doing is, through legislation, inadvertently moving the middle class out. We're not providing that step up. And what I would like to see more concentration is a mixed income model, one that allows people to move into housing, to reset, to launch, and not to wait for them to fall off that cliff.
Yes. We really do need to raise up prevention, and I could hear the audience going, yes, please, let's start talking about the cliff. Let's start preventing people from falling into homelessness. And the UCSF Benioff study of homelessness and housing in California found that most people said that the reason they fell into homelessness was due to a loss of income or a reduction in their pay. Dr. Sean Crawford, thank you for being here. And I know you're a national expert. And we want you to share a little bit about how people fall into homelessness and what some of those triggers are in those experiences.
Right. So we say people, we're talking about Black people, right?
We're talking about Black people.
We're talking about Black people.
That's right.
So look, this is what I call the pile up of inequities, right? It's a pile up. So let's even start with deep poverty. Black people are more likely to live in deep poverty. Who knows what the deep poverty income is? Well, okay, I'll tell you. Oh, so somebody, it's about less than 8,000. Now, you know, if you in LA with less than 8,000, that's not enough dough for housing. And yes, I said dough. That's money for people who don't know. But I'm talking to Black people, right? So I'm just coming at you with real language. You can't survive. Black people are 16 times more likely to be in third generational poverty. What does that mean? In areas and neighborhoods where there's not a lot of investment, the lack of opportunities, schools not so great. And what do we know about wealth, right? We know that wealth gives our children oftentimes that future, that those educational opportunities, etc. Well, Black people or white folks are like at least 9 times more likely to be more wealthier. I think Black people maybe make about $15 per every $100 that a white person makes in terms of wealth. And so how do we get here? Because I don't like just throwing these numbers out, right, without putting it in context. There's a reason why we're here. Oh, and I hear my voice louder, but I hope you all heard me at the beginning. There's a reason, right? And so we know that housing is at the center oftentimes of wealth. But a lot of people don't realize is that racial discrimination in housing spearheaded by the government. So it's not just me up here talking, redlining that actually disinvested in neighborhoods and segregated neighborhoods. And we always say redlining, and I'm not sure if everybody knows what that means, but it's like taking a neighborhood, right? Not giving it the investment that it deserves and trying to squeeze the life out of it and segregating it and saying, oh, but we're going to keep you here because we're going to have all these types of covenants and you can't move to the wider neighborhoods where we have resources and opportunities where people can get good jobs. And today, still to this day, so many communities are segregated that way. So there's a reason, right? And then segregated means no investment, right? And so all of this is tied to like property taxes. That says a lot about what's invested into your schools. And so in so many ways, like I mentioned, that 16 times likely to be third generation of poverty, you're stuck there in so many ways, right? And so that's one driver. And then there's over-criminalization, surveillance of our neighborhoods, being arrested for and serving prison times and being sent to jail more likely than white counterparts for some of the same offenses. The lack of access to health care. So I'm summarizing everything in 3 minutes, but what I don't like to do is kind of give these statistics and not put them in context so that people understand, oh, there's a reason why we see this. Now it's up to us to figure out, now what do we do about it? Undoing what happened historically and what still happens. Yeah. But those are some of the drivers.
Thank you. And what I hear you saying is it was intentional.
Intentional.
It's not our fault. You know, as a person, I'm at LASA now, but I started as a provider.
That's right.
So my team connected with people in encampments.
That's right.
And the thing you got to get people to see is you didn't want this.
That's right.
And you still don't want this. And we have to talk about, the work we're doing in encampments and how most people say yes. No matter what they tell you, whatever the media says, people don't want housing, people believe people want to be on the streets. Nobody wants to be on the streets. No one wants to be homeless. But part of the change is reminding them or telling them, you're not crazy. You did not do this. You didn't select this. And really, once people start getting better, we start to educate them on how intentional this was.
That's right.
And how when they didn't go to grandma's to mess her up and they chose the tent, that was honorable. They were trying to be honorable and not hurt their family members. So
that's right.
Thank you for that.
That's right.
Dr. Chinchilla, we've seen a rise in Black and Latino homelessness over the years. What challenges are we seeing among the Latino community that you've written so much about? And how are those things similar or different from what we're seeing in the Black community? And maybe reflect on that. And then we want you to touch a little bit on prevention. How can we start to think about prevention?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. So yeah, unfortunately, we have seen an increased number of Latinos experiencing homelessness, both in Los Angeles County and also nationally. In Los Angeles County, I believe the estimates in the past 5-6 years has been a 75% increase over that time. So really alarming increase in terms of representation in some of our formal homeless count numbers. I think you all mentioned a lot of the factors that contribute to Black people experiencing homelessness, poverty, unaffordable housing. These are also factors that contribute to Latino homelessness as well. We see disproportionate representation in low working jobs. We see the population being disproportionately impacted by foster care and justice systems, which we know are feeders into homelessness. And so a lot of the factors that are impacting the Black community also impacting the Latino community. Other things that I'd say are perhaps more prominent, but are not, I want to say not specific to the Latino community, are experiences of doubling up, and so doubled up homelessness, loss of housing, and being forced to stay with family or friends in temporary living accommodations due to things like eviction and not being able to afford your rent. We did some work trying to estimate what this number looks like, because doubled up homelessness is a hidden number. So looking at census data, we estimate that about 6.2% of Latinos experience doubled up homelessness here in Los Angeles County. For Black Angelinos, that number is about 3.6%. So also something that we see within the Black community as well. And we can compare this to the experience of white Angelinos, where the number of doubled up homelessness is only about 1.3%, so not as prevalent. So doubled up homelessness, I think one of the things when we look at reports that have been done, for example, a California-wide report conducted by the Benioff Institute, we see that most people that fall into homelessness from a situation where they previously were not a leaseholder. So these are situations that are likely doubled up, where you don't have tenant rights, where you're likely living in substandard conditions. I've heard stories of 30 people living in a 3-bedroom apartment, of 12 people taking turns sleeping in a 1-bedroom apartment. And these numbers are not being captured in terms of how we're thinking about and scaling the issue of homelessness. So I think in terms of prevention, we need to start thinking about, well, what's the definition of, how are we defining service access for homeless services? How do we think about these households that are currently not street homeless, but are very much on the edge of experiencing street homelessness or having to enter a shelter? How do we prevent them from having to do so? So I do think that's one of the recommendations, one of the thoughts I have in terms of prevention. And then I can just speak really quickly to, the need to improve. We need to improve the way that our rehousing system works, which I know Dr. Adams-Kellen's been doing a lot of work, and we need to make it so that it's more flexible to meet individuals' needs. We need to make it so that it is, you are able to easily access resources. You know where to go to obtain resources. Oftentimes we see a lack of information in our communities. So I'll go ahead and stop there.
Well, thank you. I mean, one of the things we found when we did our work, and I happen to be the architect of Mayor Bass's Inside Safe, and I get to say that because she generously told the universe that I did that, so I could claim it, and all of the faults that we find in it that we are improving. She always teaches me not to be afraid to talk about what needs to be improved in our work and to be very confident in it. But we found that who delivers the services is so important. Leaning on people with lived experience who get it and understand. I was just sitting here saying, I use that. I said, well, you're not crazy. And I was like, oh yeah, but we're in a Black environment. Most of you understand what that means in our home. We say, well, you're not crazy. It means you're not tripping, right? It doesn't speak to mental health. You're not tripping. This was systemic. These things were intentional. And who serves the person often gets that.
Correct.
And you change people's hearts by helping them understand that they deserve better. So I just want to say that how we deliver and who we deliver and what language we deliver services and who leads those organizations and the extent to which we look like the people who are needing help all matters. So I want to turn to the Michaels, and I want to start with you, Mr. Anderson.
Oh, okay.
Yes, okay. Yes. And I just want to say that, some of what we're talking about connects to Black wealth, right? And it connects to economic development in communities. And one of your favorite words, infrastructure.
That's correct. Yeah.
So I want to give you the floor to talk a little bit about how we need to do better in Black and brown communities and what you recommend.
Sure. So to give you a little bit of background, I did a lot of studies for Metro on the TOD studies when they put a light rail line in. So I did the Crenshaw LAX line. And one of the things that bothered me is that we always finish these studies with no capitalization of how it's going to get implemented. So if you look at the housing and the infrastructure need of LA we know needs 800,000 units of housing. If somebody were going to write a check, that would be $600 billion. The infrastructure to support that would be $100 billion. So we have to look at how to make a deal at a large scale that capitalizes those activities. So we're not just doing an affordable housing project here and there. We're rebuilding the entire community. So if you look at how the federal government invested in building highways that took new cities and developments that happen in other territories, we looked at it reinvesting the Investment Infrastructure Jobs Act capital into the Black and brown community. President Biden passed Justice 40, which meant 40% of the $1.2 trillion gets prioritized for underserved communities. So I looked at that like, how do we make a deal possible that we can rebuild our communities around the transit stations? So I met with the Department of Transportation and proposed $1 billion infrastructure investment around each of the Metro transit stations along the Blue Line, the K Line, and the future Southeast Gateway Corridor. What that looks like is rebuilding entirely the existing wet and dry utilities, the water lines, the electrical lines, broadband to 100% above the existing capacity. The transportation fund pays for everything that's public horizontally and vertical. What that means is you can rebuild all the streets, sidewalks, alleys, put in large 10-foot wide shaded trees, and you can rebuild, add a water recycling facility that recycles the water to reduce the need to import that. What that does is that instantly makes a safe 15-minute, half-mile walkable community around our transit stations. And what that does is that starts to make the quality of the passenger experience better. So Compton, Watts, Willowbrook all simultaneously become beautiful. They all look like downtown Culver City or someplace like that for a 15-minute walk. And the quality of life has an impact on a child's development. So when we do this as a modernization strategy, we actually, what I've designed is called accelerated housing and transit development. And what that does is you create a 10-year modernization of our communities in a way that you can employ young people in the community so that the community graduates out of poverty. Because if a kid starts working on a park that's in their neighborhood, like at Slauson and Miramonte or someplace by the Slauson station, they start to take ownership of what they've created. And so typically when you get federal funds, it takes 5 to 7 years to get it. So we looked at using private capital ahead of those federal funds so you could start doing the projects right away. You also could bypass the Prop 209 restrictions by doing it under a P3 strategy or something like that. So we have to come up with better thinking, and one of the things is when we shared this with the Department of Transportation, we had a global think tank do an economic analysis. They reviewed it. In April 2023, the department had $115 billion in unsubscribed funds. In August 23, we presented the strategy to them. She said the project is ready for review. It asked for $24 billion in LA County to receive infrastructure funding. The housing component we're now working on, which I'll talk about later, but that's really how you apply climate funds for black families to get equity. When people tell me you're going to give a black person equity, I'm like, that's cash. You know, don't tell me about a training program. They need cash, right? So we have to get smart about how the government has provided the money. And the last thing I'll say, when President Biden passed the 1.2 infrastructure funding and the $400 billion climate funding, I said, in the executive order, I said, this is our one shot to get the magnitude of money we need that really makes our communities self-sustaining and vibrant. And I'll stop right there for right now. Okay.
Mr. Banner, we want you to jump in and share your insights into how we can improve the lives of black people, black and brown people.
So I'm happy to be here. And I kudos to Michael for actually saying we've had a lot of studies. We have to do something now. And my background is I've spent a lot of years in real estate. I'm a longtime member of the Urban Land Institute and a former banker. And so I see some of my colleagues out here in the audience. And one of the things that I will tell you from my own experience, especially if you look at homelessness and housing, it's a complex problem. Requires a lot of different solutions. And I love the thing where you said you have to figure out how to customize, because when you make a box and everything has to fit in it, everything's not going to fit. And so we're kind of wrapped up in that in terms of trying to deliver the capital to change communities. The other thing that I think is important, that in my work around other cities around the country, Baltimore, Chicago, Philadelphia. I do a lot of these kinds of studies, and the one thing that usually happens is like the implementation of this, how do we go from point A to point B, is kind of fuzzy. And y'all figure it out. I think today, with the kind of political environment that I see it, that if you have, my concept is what I call HEAT: housing, education, economic development, and transportation. Those are 4 key elements of changing, in my work, commercial corridors. And LA is full of commercial corridors. Rochelle talked earlier about we're now starting to aggregate housing in these commercial corridors where the 30 or 40 years of storefront is never coming back. So now we're going to interject people there. They still have to have something to do, where to eat, because that makes a holistic community. And so my work has been, what are the other things in the community that needs to be there to make it a community that is accessible for the people who live in the housing? That takes money. The Congresswoman said today that the $1 billion, and again, the money is not the problem anymore. There's money every place. The question is, can you get it and can you do something with it? $1 billion is a small business credit initiative, which is the second iteration of an Obama plan. $10 billion were given to governors. California, $1.2 billion, all for small businesses. They've gotten $375 million already. I would assume, raise your hand if you ever heard about it. 375 million. It's a grant to the state, which means the state, if they wanted to, they could turn around and grant it. So the tools are there. We need people who are not afraid to make a mistake, because that's how you learn how to get it right. And I think we've always been told that won't work. You can't do that. And I spent my whole career proving people wrong. So I know it can happen.
I love that. Thank you. Black LA needs us to be innovative and unafraid. You know, I took on the role at LASA, not to defend it, but to make it better, and to make it better for the Black and brown communities that make up the majority of those who are homeless. And I'm encouraged by what I hear. And I want to hear from you, what are you encouraged in seeing right now? What hope do you see in some of the innovations, and some of the policies, and some of the work on the ground? I'm excited about the encampment efforts that are humane, that Mayor Bass and the Board of Supervisors are doing. Obviously, I'm a little biased, but it's being done by people who look like the folks in those encampments, and it is housing-driven, it is service-driven and service-led. And so what we're seeing in the grants pass Supreme Court decision suggests that criminalization is the answer. It is not. And when we tell you that the majority of people who are homeless and overrepresented are Black and brown, we know we must speak up and we must demand that people are served, because we talked today that it was intentional and it was not their fault. That's right. So that's what I'm really excited about in that innovation. I know Mayor Bass will be here later and you'll hear more, and we heard already from the supervisors. But I want to start with you, Dr. Crawford. What's exciting to you that you see in the landscape? What are you proud to see happening?
Yeah. Well, you know, I want to go back to what we've been talking about in the research and the data, because we need data, okay, to get people moving. But what we also, though, have to do is get moving. So I'm glad that everybody, they've researched and everybody's dissected me so they get what I need as a Black person. But now we got to get moving. And so I'm excited for even this type of convening and being able to talk to the community. And my assumption is that we're here because we want to talk about how to get moving. right? We're in the room. So this isn't the question, but I'm gonna throw it in here right quick because I got 3 minutes and I don't think I held that up, right? So this is a policy discussion, and sometimes when I do these things, I leave saying, did we give people in the audience something that they could actually do? So that's what excites me, giving you something that you can actually do. So we got a lot of leaders in the room. How many folks are thinking about hiring bros who have that criminal background, right? Who's being released and really working toward livable wages? Because we talk about building the community. Well, if we're gonna do that, we gotta make sure we're elevating the people in it. And when we are employers, we gotta create an environment that we give folks support so that they don't fall into homelessness. So that's what I'm excited about, to talk plain policy, things that people can actually do, and to lift up the research, which I do think is important. So that's what I'm excited to be here with this crowd.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Chinchilla.
Yeah, I wanted to mention 3 things I'm excited about. So in terms of the homelessness system and where we're moving, I'm really excited about the opportunities around integrating health more closely with homeless services. I think that health is critical. We see a lot of folks that are experiencing homelessness are also have significant health challenges, and we are also now seeing that there's opportunities to be able to leverage some healthcare dollars in how we're serving folks. So I'm really excited about that potential and what that's going to look like in the next couple of years. I'm also really excited about the conversations we're starting to have about targeted universalism, which Dr. Scorza talked about briefly. I think this is, really a recognition that oftentimes the systems that we have weren't built for our communities. So really starting to talk about how do we have, these universal goals around ending homelessness, but how do we look at the specific needs that each community has so that we're really helping them, get out of homelessness or prevent them from falling into homelessness based on what their needs are. And then lastly, I wanted to say that I'm really excited about the potential of coalition work between Black and Brown communities. At the end of 2023, we launched a task force on Latinx homelessness. And one of the first things that the task force did was review the recommendations that had emerged from the ad hoc on Black people experiencing homelessness. And our participants were like, this applies to our community, this applies to our community, as they were looking at the systemic changes that were being recommended under the ad hoc. And so as part of that work, one of the things that we've started to do is to think about, how can we use this opportunity that we have around the Task Force on Latinx Homelessness to uplift some of the systemic challenges that we know are impacting both Black and Brown communities across the board. So I think in terms of the coalition work, there's a lot of excitement for the Latino community being part of the conversation and holding hands with the Black community when it comes to progressive policies around addressing our homelessness and housing issues.
Thank you so much. Mr. Anderson.
Yes. What am I excited about? I guess I'm excited about the fact that Congresswoman Dove helped set up LACASA, which means Los Angeles County Housing Solutions Agency. And I'm excited that Mayor Bass has created the Infrastructure LA team, which Infrastructure LA combines DWP, LA County Public Works to go after federal funding so they can all ask for larger funding. My concern is we all often leave money on the table. And that we should be lobbying right now at scale. President Harris wins so that she can continue this executive order. I want to share that I had looked at the infrastructure funding and the climate funding and designed a strategy called Accelerated Housing and Transit Development. And I'll talk about this because what the climate funding, what it does is it looks at converting mom's existing single-family house into a courtyard fourplex. That way she can rent to her kids and grandkids. And what that does is mom would get a $350,000 climate grant. And my purpose is to use climate funding to make amends for redlining, as you were talking about. We've actually talked to about the greenhouse gas funds of obtaining a larger amount with EPA, of obtaining $35 billion to convert 100,000 houses, basically 4,000 houses within a mile radius of the transit station. And what that looks like is when you add 3 units and make a courtyard living place, mom now lives with her kids and grandkids. But we've now added 4 salaries to that lot. So mom's lot goes from $50,000 income to $300,000. So if you did 4,000, you just added $1 billion in a mile radius of a transit station. That's economic chemistry, because that cash flow is going to improve the quality of grocery stores. Tiffany Haddish would be great because she would open a lot of stores in these communities. But what that does is housing combined with infrastructure. It makes it possible for mom to afford a $1 million remodel. And that $350,000 grant gives her a $650,000 debt service on income property.
That's good.
What happens is when mom passes away, the kids now have a house and income property. They now can pay for a college education.
Thank you.
This is how you start multiplying, making generational wealth. And that's necessary for us to keep our kids from going into the streets. And the purpose of doing this at a larger scale is that every community around Watts, Compton, Willowbrook, Crenshaw, and the Southeast Corridor starts to become a vibrant place. And that's necessary. And so while we have this funding that has to be dispensed by 2026, we should have been asking for the money last year. And so my larger ask is, I'll share some information later, they can find out about it, is let's all unite. As Mitch Landry said, Los Angeles has the opportunity to unite around one project that brings everybody's solutions into one area and make one large-scale federal ask. And so I ask that you all adopt the Accelerated Housing and Transit Development Project so that we can transform our communities at scale and get the money while it's there.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Mills?
What am I excited about? I'm excited that we've got such a wealth of knowledge and opportunity, just even on the panel here.
Thank you.
When you take a look at what he's talking about, infrastructure, if the public dollars were used for infrastructure, housers could build housing. We no longer need to spend a lot of our time and waste in the coordination of different utilities and et cetera. That's taken care of. What I also am excited about is what the other Michael said, recognizing that housing is only the beginning. We have an economic development component because what we're trying to do is build vibrant communities.
Correct.
When I talk about developing housing, I'm talking about developing strong families, leaders, 21st century cities. That to me is exciting. But what is most exciting to me is that we are at a crescendo now where there are so many great ideas that something has to bubble up. I've spent the last couple of years frustrated. It is time for me to be excited. And what I love is seeing what is going on in different cities. You've got in different cities where they are mobilizing, the cities, the counties are mobilizing to create that revolving fund so that not only is the infrastructure taken care of, but they have figured out how to cover the cost of construction, which is also the delay in pulling the capital stack together. When you can get one or two sources of finance to put a project together, you can move that project in less than 2 years. What we traditionally do with affordable housing is we will stack up to 7 to 11 sources of funding, and it just is an exercise in futility. What is exciting is that there are so many models for success going on around the country, and now we can get people into the room and bring that think tank into actionable items. It is time to do it. Not more research for it, not more training about it. Write the check and set us free.
Thank you. Thank you. And I want to have you close this out, Mr. Banner. What are your thoughts?
Thank you. So I have a philosophy in life: if you do not ask, you will not get. Right. And if you don't ask, the answer is already no, right? So by asking, you're confirming that there's another way to get them to say yes. And the thing that I am typically every day thinking about that excites me, I find there's a wealth of young people who look like us that want things to be different. We're gonna have to figure out how to harness that energy. And when you have done what I've done in the financial world for years, rarely, I can't think of the times that I had to go and talk to somebody else who looked like me and said, I need $10 million.
Yeah, for
crickets. And we have to change that too, because the apparatuses and the decision making that has been done for the last 40 years has put us in this place where we sit today. If we do not take the time to change that, it's the Einstein moment. Why is anything going to be different if we didn't take a chance and take a risk to make it different? So I encourage everybody that's here and watching to think about how more sophisticated civic and community engagement has gotten over the last decade. We need to keep using that as a tool. And I would say, finally, because I'm a lender and borrow money my whole life, I believe you need to engage, you have to borrow, and then you invest. That's what we need to do.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks to all the panelists. I believe that we have time for a little Q&A, and so I think I believe our Master of Ceremonies is going to be coming up and assisting in that.
You guys are all going to take a photo on stage, and while we're doing that, we're just going to take a 5-minute break. It's a super quick break while they'll take their picture, and then we'll resume our program shortly. So 5 minutes to stretch.
Okay,
Feel
no
good.
questions.
No, we.
Thank you very much. And we are honored to have a special message from a prominent leader in public health and human services. U.S. Health and Human Services Secretary Javier Becerra has been a dedicated advocate for health equity, access to care, and also the well-being of all Americans. While he cannot be here with us in person today, let's turn our attention to this important video message from Secretary Javier Becerra.
Hello, and thank you to Cynthia Mitchell-Hurd and everyone at the Los Angeles Urban League for inviting me to join you today. The Urban League has long been a force for change in America. In Los Angeles, well, you've been both hammer and harbor. I know you've been gathering today to discuss the tough issues: housing, homelessness, health access and equity, economic empowerment. You've been in this fight for more than a century. So I want you to know, these are issues that we at HHS prioritize as well, and we've been doing that for the last 4 years. We're working every day to break down those barriers in access, availability, and affordability of healthcare. That's why for the first time in history, we negotiated with pharmaceutical companies to lower prescription drug prices in Medicare. We extended postpartum care for a new mom and her baby from 60 days to 365 days under Medicaid. We capped the prices of life-saving insulin for diabetics and others to $35 a month in Medicare. And we are rethinking what health insurance is and how to use it to keep people healthy. That includes using Medicaid dollars to help ensure everyone leads a healthy life with a safe place to live and with access to healthy foods. At HHS, we're working to shift from a healthcare system focused on treating illness to one that emphasizes wellness. You can't go to work when you are sick or need to care for an aging relative, so we're making the care economy stronger and taking care of the caregivers. These are complex issues that won't be solved overnight, but there are some things that we can do together right now to help make things better. For starters, we can continue to make sure programs are within reach for everyone, no matter your income, no matter your zip code, no matter your status. These issues are not new to you. You have used your hammer to build, and sometimes to hammer. You have worked tirelessly to close health equity gaps in Los Angeles for a long time. So I want to thank you for letting me join you. And I don't mean join you here today. I mean join you in this fight. I am proud to be part of an administration that works so that nobody is left behind. So we must fight this together forever. So thank you again for all that you do. Do not stop. Keep building. We will be right there with you. And I guarantee you, I've got my hammer. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that message. It is my pleasure to introduce a renowned public health leader who has dedicated her career to improving the health and well-being of our communities. Dr. Barbara Ferrer serves as the director of the Los Angeles County Department of Public Health, where she has been at the forefront of addressing pressing health issues, particularly during these challenging times. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Barbara Ferrer.
Good morning, and thank you so much for the kind introduction. And I want to just thank Dr. Folt and USC for hosting us. I'm honored to be here with all of you today. I want to extend my gratitude as well to the Los Angeles Urban League, and especially to President and CEO Cynthia Mitchell-Hurd. She's amazing. And she organized, this is such an impressive convening, invited me to speak today. I am well aware how much work it takes to bring us together for this learning and sharing. And I want to ask that you join me in thanking the entire team that made today possible. If those folks could just stand. You know, I also, I work for the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors, and I'm so blessed to work for a team that every day shows up with courageous leadership, with a vision, and for this ongoing support for the county's anti-racism, diversity, and inclusion initiative, led by Dr. Scorza, who you heard from earlier today. It's not usual for us to have such a deeply committed and powerful group of elected officials, many of whom you heard from this morning, leading efforts to ensure that government plays an active role in dismantling racism, in particular, anti-Black racism. But most importantly for me, I want to share my deep appreciation for everyone here today. You're the folks that are actually doing the impressive work to build a just society where everyone has the resources, opportunities, and power for optimal well-being. If it's okay, let's just take a moment to recognize who's with us today. Could those of you that are working in community-based and/or advocacy organizations stand up? And how about those of you working in faith-based organizations? Stay up. And those of you join them, you're in faith-based organizations. What about those who are our business community partners? And those of you in government, you know, the extraordinary elected officials, county and city workers, you're all aligning yourselves with these transformative policies, practices, and programming. Can you stand as well? And let's be joined by our friends from academia and healthcare. So these are the folks that do the work for us, and we owe you a debt of gratitude. So we're gonna take a moment, thank each other, say hi to each other, because the reality is that none of us are alone in this work. And collective action is what it takes to build a just LA. I want to spend the next couple of minutes talking about the power and the heartache of the data we often use to describe disproportionality and the experiences of those who are oppressed and marginalized. Can I get the first slide? Go to the next slide. This is probably familiar, devastating data to many who are in the room. For most routinely collected mortality measure, Black residents in LA County in 2022 had higher death rates than residents in all other large racial groups for all of the indicators you see on this table. Black residents died from coronary heart disease, strokes, diabetes, and COVID at rates that were almost 2 times higher than the rate for white residents. Black women were 4 times more likely to die from a pregnancy-related complication than white women. And Black babies were 2 times more likely to die before they turned 1 year old. Black people died of HIV infection at rates that were 6 times higher than the rates for white residents. Unfortunately, this slide doesn't help us understand that disproportionality is not about race but rather racism. Next slide. Let me quickly share some of the data from the first 2 years of the pandemic. I'm using those 2 years because we had relatively good reporting on COVID-19 cases, hospitalizations, and deaths. The lines on this graph show the differences in who got infected. As you can see, during every one of our surges, those bumps up, Latino, Latina, Latinx individuals, that's the blue line, and Black individuals, the red line, had the highest case rates. Next slide. This is true for hospitalization rates, where again, the red and blue lines are the experiences of Black and Latino, Latina, Latinx residents. Next slide. And sadly, higher case and hospitalization rates translated into significantly higher death rates for Black and Latinx individuals. Lots of folks can look at this data, as well as the mortality rates I shared on the first slide, and tell themselves a story about why the disproportionality. Sadly, these stories often start with assuming the disproportionality is mostly associated with individual behavior choices. For COVID-19, the story was about vaccinations, and it went something like this. People who were the hardest hit had worse outcomes because they didn't get vaccinated. Next slide. There's some reality to the relationship between vaccine and outcomes. As you can see here, regardless of race, on average, people who got vaccinated did better than people who didn't get vaccinated. But that isn't the full story. Vaccinated Black and Latinx individuals had significantly higher rates of hospitalizations than vaccinated white and Asian individuals. And being unvaccinated was definitely riskier for Blacks and Latinx people than for white and Asian people. And we know this isn't about a difference based on race. Rather, if we dig deeper, we can see it's about differences in access to the very resources that protected folks from a rapidly changing, new, and deadly virus. Next slide. There is a clear context that helps explain this disproportionality in COVID-19 experiences. It had to do with the amount of exposures. What were the home, work, and community conditions like? Who had easy access to vaccines, testing, and therapeutics? Where were the pharmacies located that participated in the federal pharmacy program? And who had access to telework, sick pay and family leave, and options to get protected when they were at the workplace? Sadly, these all differed by geography, race, and income, and they resulted in the devastating disproportionality we saw in outcomes. Those people that went to work to make sure we had food, clothes, our transportation system worked, those were the people hardest hit by the pandemic. And a lot of those workers were Black and brown workers. People who were living in our most dense communities in overcrowded housing, spread was a lot easier. And for those people who had no access to sick pay, had no access to telework options, spread became inevitable. Our work at Public Health isn't to just document these disparities. Rather, we need to connect these disparities to the underlying inequities in the distribution of the very things folks need to thrive and be healthy, like good education, well-paying jobs, safe working conditions, safe housing, affordable and healthy foods. Without telling the full story behind the disproportionality, we run the risk of perpetuating not just false narratives, but inadequate solutions. Our collective work is to dismantle racism, and it provides us with the only real solution to end the pervasive and immoral disparities we see year after year in health outcomes. Thank you very much for having me here today.
Please help and welcome Dr. Scorza back to the stage for another LA County report.
Thank you so much for that incredibly insightful overview, Dr. Ferrer. I think it's really powerful to hear and understand that ultimately it's the very conditions that many of our family members and many of our residents live in that set the outcomes that we experience. It's not rooted in our behavior or our choices. It's rooted in what those conditions might be like. So today, as we prepare for the healthcare access, equity, and quality panel, I want to acknowledge that we know it's because of structural and anti-Black racism that many of our communities are more likely than any other racial group to experience the adverse outcomes we just heard Dr. Ferrer talk about across many health and well-being measures throughout the life course. Now, we did a number of interviews with political individuals here in the county, residents, community leaders, and there was an incredible awareness and deep concern about the significant health disparities that exist throughout our entire county and the issues in healthcare access our communities face. Advance. So, as you go through this report, I just want to point your attention to it. We're not going to talk about all the things that are in the report, but I want you to know there's some features here that'll be helpful as you think about how to contextualize the data and understand what's actually happening, as well as what the response is here in the county. So a couple of things you can note. Again, pull up your phones and access the digital report. It is online. It is a living document. It is consistently changing. We have a map of county services and resources that align with the programs and the data that has demonstrated need. So think about it this way quickly. If there is a need for healthcare insurance, you can actually pull up this map and find out where in the county you can go get access to healthcare programs or services. Or if you need mental health support, same thing. You can figure out where the local clinic is. If you need housing support, you can figure out what the local housing provider is. And so what we did in this year's report is we didn't just say, hey, here's the data. We said, here's the data, here's the need, and now here are the resources to match that need. So I want to acknowledge that and thank our team for that hard work. And one of the things that we're doing, we have a team here. If you want to meet with them, we're taking videos of people's stories. We're also trying to capture video stories of Black LA small business owners, local educators, elected officials, residents, community activists, and that will be a feature on this year's report. Advance. So when we think about physical and behavioral health, again, you heard Dr. Ferrer talk about healthcare outcomes, especially during the pandemic. But one of the things that I want you all to know that came up in the report as a few highlights is that while there were 91% of Black youth who reported having a usual source of care, there was a 5.6% drop in the number of Black people in the county without a usual source of care compared to 2022. And so healthcare access is actually going up in the county. The other thing that we recognize for Black folk, the other thing we recognize is that Black residents are more likely than other racial groups to live in areas with a shortage of physicians and behavioral health practitioners. So think about the connection to the COVID-19 data that you just heard. If we had more physicians and more healthcare providers, we would probably see different outcomes in our communities. We also know that Black mothers experience a 4 times higher likelihood that they will have maternal mortality or infant mortality issues. And we also know that these two issues have become even bigger since many of the legislative changes around reproductive health care. And then finally, here in California, we know that often many of our institutions are working hard to preserve reproductive rights, but we still have a long way to go in solving poor birth outcomes and protecting the life of those in our community and in our county specifically who are giving birth. And so there's a lot more work to be done, and I'm excited to welcome the panel who will talk to you more about it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Scorza. So now we are moving on to our next panel discussion on health, access, and equity. Please welcome our panelists. Our next panel has been seated, so they're going to be talking to us about everything you need to know about health, access, and equity, breaking barriers and addressing systemic inequities. Another panel of distinguished subject matter experts, and please hold your applause until introductions are completed. Dr. Mona Jikanju Tokwi, an infectious disease specialist. Dr. Mona is the Western Regional Medical Director of the AIDS Healthcare Foundation And alongside her is David Ford. David is a 2-time cancer survivor, board member of the American Cancer Society, and also a respected voice and speaker throughout the country on survivors' experience and health policy issues. Welcome, David. And next is Dr. Jen I. Robinson, familiar with these surroundings. She is the chair of the Department of Family Medicine and the Associate Dean of Primary Care for USC's Keck School of Medicine. And next to Dr. Robinson is Dr. Noman Shah. Dr. Shah is a Division Chief of Medical and Dental Affairs for the LA County Department of Public Health. And to my far left is also Dr. Elaine Batchelor. Dr. Batchelor is the founding CEO of MLK Community Healthcare and Hospital here in South Los Angeles. And completing the panel as a moderator is Dr. William King. Dr. King is a medical director of W. King Healthcare Group and a professor at the Charles Drew University of Medicine and Science. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for this esteemed panel of speakers and medical experts. We have a great panel. So Dr. King, the microphone is yours, the show is yours.
Great, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning. My name is William King. I'm an internal medicine physician and an HIV specialist in private practice in the Crenshaw area. My private practice is 5 minutes away from where I grew up and where my mom, who's hopefully watching this program right now, still lives. I'm honored to moderate with this esteemed panel here, and I'm sure we're gonna have an exciting discussion. You heard the introductions, but please read the bios of these physician leaders and advocates. They have dedicated their lives to instilling change in our community and seeking healthcare equity. So let's learn from them. So first, Dr. Robinson, good morning.
Good morning.
I would like to direct the first set of questions to you. We are stunned by the revelations of the past panel on homelessness. Not only are you a family physician and chair of the USC Department of Family Medicine, you also co-founded the USC Street program many years ago, 6 years ago, actually. How does the intersection of economic inequality, housing instability, and health inequity uniquely affect the Black population in Los Angeles? 2, what solutions or initiatives are being proposed or implemented to address these interconnected issues?
Thank you, and I'm delighted to be part of the panel this morning and be with all of you. We founded the USC Street Medicine program in 2018 because of the significant health inequities that impact our unhoused community, which we've heard from our previous panels is overrepresented by Black people. And we felt like we had to stop waiting for people to come to us. We needed to go to them. And so USC Street Medicine brings primary care to people on the street, people like John, who's a patient of ours. He is a 60-year-old man with a history of high blood pressure. He has emphysema and chronic back pain. He lives at a bus stop. All his possessions are in a grocery cart, which serves to store them, but also is a mobility aid for him. Because with his chronic back pain, he can't walk very far, so he uses the cart to help him. Across the street, there is a fast food restaurant, and that's where he's able to sometimes get water or use the bathroom if the employee who's there will let him do that. We knew that John, although he has Medi-Cal, was not, and although he lives at a bus stop, was not going to get on the bus and go across town to be able to see the primary care physician that he was assigned to. He was focused on basic survival needs, trying to get enough to eat, trying to make sure that his things don't get stolen. So I think, jumping to some of the challenges, we know that people die 25 to 30 years earlier if they are chronically unhoused compared to those who have stable housing. And our goal for USC Street Medicine was to bring high quality primary care. And what is high quality primary care? That's care that is, number one, accessible to the people who need that care. Number two, provides continuity so we can provide trusting relationships and be able to build and develop health over time. Number three, it's care that's comprehensive. We can take care of John's emphysema. We can get him his vaccines to prevent flu and COVID. We can take care of his mental health issues, the depression and anxiety that he suffers. We're also able to offer care for people who have addictions as well. So that comprehensive nature is important. And finally, we have to be able to do care coordination. So when John needs to get to the emergency room or to see a specialist, we go with him, because otherwise we know about the discrimination that he will face because of being in poverty, because of his homelessness, because of other factors, it's critically important that we are there to accompany them. We know that people who have access to high quality primary care, our studies have shown this time and again, live longer than people who don't. And so what we're trying to do to address these significant health inequities is to bring care to people where they are.
Dr. Toqui, good morning.
Good morning.
Good, I want to follow up with you. When we dial down, we see a significant number of persons who are unhoused or with housing instability, living with HIV and or hepatitis C. This speaks to a larger picture regarding HIV prevention and treatment and this endemic of STIs. So STIs are sexually transmitted infections. So Dr. Toqui, we want to ask you, why is this happening? What are the social, economic, and systemic factors contributing to the rising rates of STIs and the disproportionate incidence and mortality of HIV among Black and Latinx communities? And how can we improve their utilization?
Yes, thank you for having me. I'm glad to be a part of this event. It's pretty clear that there's a direct correlation between homelessness and equity, and in regards to the high rates of HIV that exist amongst our key populations, Black and Latinx, you don't have enough resources, you don't have the education. The education is really key in terms of making sure that you make the right informed decisions for your health. And so it's just a snowball effect in terms of not having resources available to be able to combat your health. You don't have the right access in terms of people navigating to help you get to what you need to get to. Excuse me. Being diagnosed with HIV, you're taking in a lot of new information, and a lot of times you already don't have the medical background, or at least the baseline knowledge to comprehend the diagnosis in itself. And so with that being said, you don't follow up. So we tend to lose patients, and that's what we see. So with our organization, the providers are counseled on making sure that they provide a lot of education around the diagnosis. We make sure that we have a lot of resources available to our patients. We have our referral coordinators, we have therapists on board, because it becomes a holistic approach for this patient taking on a diagnosis and already having issues with resources, housing, food insecurity, and so on and so forth. So what we really try to do is target our patients and provide a holistic approach so that they're able to go through the process of not only taking care of their health, but getting those resources to get a roof over their head, having the resources to find food, and then from there on make informed decisions, because at the end of the day, if you don't have these basic foundations, you're not interested in taking your medication. Right? So that is where we come from in terms of when we capture our patients and try to retain them so that they can get to where they need to go to with their health.
Thank you very much. Dr. Batchelor, I don't have far to talk. Good morning. As CEO of MLK Community Healthcare, serving one of the most underserved areas in Los Angeles, please help us understand the mission of MLK Community Healthcare and how that mission translates to a passion to serving our community. What do you see are the most pressing systemic barriers preventing equitable health care for Black and marginalized populations in Los Angeles?
Thank you. Thank you for having me as part of the panel as well. The mission of MLK Community Healthcare has two parts. One part is to provide compassionate, high-quality care for our patients, and the second part is to improve the health of our community. And to do that, we need to reach outside of our hospital and outside of our health system into the larger community. I'd like to focus on 3 areas where I think we need to make progress in order to address health disparities. The first is ensuring that the providers who are caring for our communities have adequate resources. The second is ensuring that we have effective and robust performance measurement and accountability systems in place. And the third is diversifying the healthcare workforce. I recently co-authored a report called Ending Unequal Treatment that was recently published by the National Academy of Medicine. In that report, we note that inequities are designed into the very systems and structure of our healthcare system. And if we want to have a more equitable system and more equitable outcomes, we have to change the system and change those structures. Healthcare policy is a good place to start in talking about systemic change. Many people in our communities rely on Medicaid insurance for their health coverage. We've done a good job in California and nationwide in expanding the number of people who have insurance coverage through Medicaid. But in the process of doing that, we've created a system, a program, that has huge gaps in quality and access. Medicaid pays providers significantly less for the same services than other insurance programs, and often pays them less than the cost of providing that care. That means that providers who care for our communities don't have the resources they need to provide that care that she described as accessible and high quality. But we know that policies that are designed and enacted can be changed. We can change Medicaid policy. Reimbursements for providers should be increased in the Medicaid program so that providers are getting paid the same as other providers taking care of other patients, and at least as much as providers working in the Medicare program. But to do that will require a commitment to equity and political will to make those changes happen. In addition to adequate resources, we need robust accountability systems. We have a lot of measures of healthcare quality and access, but we don't consistently use those measures to hold providers accountable for their performance. For example, every hospital that participates in the Medicare program is required to report quality and access data to the federal government. That data should be stratified by race and ethnicity. It should be used to incentivize and guide care improvement. If we want more equitable care, we need to have stronger systems of accountability. And then third, we need to diversify our workforce. There's a growing body of research that shows that outcomes for healthcare are related to the match or mismatch between providers and their patients. For a variety of reasons, including some that we've already touched on, such as trust and bias, we get better outcomes when there's an alignment between the racial and ethnic background of providers and their patients. But we also know that there aren't enough providers of color. So what should we be doing? We should be investing in encouraging more young people, a more diverse group of young people, to enter the health professions. Government could subsidize the high cost of professional education. Government could do a better job, a more equitable job of funding training programs in hospitals like mine, in communities where we actually need the healthcare workers. We have a 1,500 physician shortage in the community of South LA where I work. And despite that shortage, hospitals in other parts of the county, like in West LA and in the South Bay, receive 3 times as much as we receive for every physician we train. And that is designed into the system of federal funding. So we need to make these systemic changes if we want to have a more equitable system. And in our communities and among our providers, we should demand those changes.
Thank you. Thank you very well. Well said. Dr. Shah, good morning.
Good morning.
We need data. We need data that we can rely on to answer our questions, to support our hypotheses, and to drive policy to implement change, just like Dr. Batchelor just talked about. How are you and your team at DPH utilizing data to identify and understand acute and chronic diseases that create systemic healthcare disparities?
Thank you for your question, and thanks for having me here. I'd love to talk to you about data, and I'd love to take a step back from specific diseases and actually talk about healthcare data. And specifically, I want to share medical debt data and what we're doing on medical debt. I'll start by saying we have more than concepts of a plan. Sorry, couldn't help myself. Medical debt is a public health problem here in LA County, and it's a priority problem. 1 in 10 Angelenos has burdensome medical debt, not just any medical debt. That's more than smoking, that's more than asthma, it's on the same level as diabetes. And beyond the numbers, which $3 billion of medical debt, stark disparities with Black Angelenos having 50% more medical debt than white Angelenos, beyond the numbers, beyond the impacts on physical health, on future health care, on mental health, on food security, on housing security, I just worry about a world in which healthcare, which is often phenomenal, often brilliant, often awe-inspiring, can harm instead of healing. I really, really worry about that. And I worry about its implications on social trust, not just an individual's patient's trust with their provider, which is so important, but really healthcare as a social pillar in our democracy. If it's harming us, what do we have left to stand on? I worry about agency. A lot of the healthcare harms that we see, including medical debt, as we've heard today from so many different people, and even just before I was talking with Dr. Scorza about a personal story he's recently had. Agency is, the flip side of social determinants and structural barriers. Our policies need to address structural barriers and social determinants, but somewhere there, the language of agency is missing. The idea of agency is missing. I think agency is key to dignity. And the reason medical debt has so much resonance in anyone I speak to is because it represents so many successive losses of agency to get to that point. In terms of what we're doing, though, two key things. The first, I'll talk about local partnerships. And while state and federal actions are important, there's a lot we can do here right now in our community with our resources, our authorities, and our innovation. We have a medical debt coalition of more than 40 different organizations, everyone from community-based groups like Rising Community and 1LA, advocacy groups, American Cancer Society, hospital leaders like Dr. Batchelor, health plans, government agencies. And this coalition has informed, it's enacting our work, and it's been incredibly powerful. Some of those partnerships, we're reforming financial assistance, improving financial assistance policies and applications, so that we don't just have great policies on paper, but we actually put them into practice. We're requiring the reporting and collection of medical debt data, and I think this is going to be transformative. So we're really actually, providing a basis for dialogue, internal dialogue within organizations, and external dialogues with their stakeholders. And we have partnerships to both retire medical debt, and then other efforts for patient navigation and other tools to prevent medical debt, and provide people that trust and agency back. The other side of partnerships, though, that's really important is leadership. Without leadership, we wouldn't have these partnerships. We've had to have individuals step outside of their personal and organizational comfort zones to really be a part of this coalition. We've had organizations and individuals bear cost for doing better. And this leadership really matters. It's why this, I think, venue is so important. All of you are leaders, and you're doing it in an open way, in a way that encourages and inspires others to be leaders. And I really, really want to particularly thank, Supervisor Hahn and Supervisor Mitchell and all the supervisors who have passed a number of actions on medical debt. But also, forgive me for putting you on the spot, but I'm an incredible fan of MLK Healthcare and Dr. Batchelor. We've worked together for several years. From the COVID pandemic, when they had to house multiple patients in their gift shop because South LA was so overloaded. They were the most burdened hospital, not only in the state, but possibly the country. From MPOX, that emergency when MLK Community Hospital took care of some of our sickest MPOX patients in the county. They're not a tertiary academic medical center, but they roll up their sleeves and take care of whatever's needed. And personally, I think beyond the quality and compassionate healthcare, we need this kind of leadership that does the advocacy to really shift power by changing the payment mechanisms that create a two-tiered caste system right now. Really, really grateful for the partnerships and leaderships that are letting us address medical debt in all these different ways.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Shaw. Mr. Ford, good morning.
Good morning.
In the 6 years since you were diagnosed with prostate cancer, many advancements in science and medicine have been made, and more continue to appear on the scene. What recent breakthroughs seem most meaningful to you, especially in terms of making the journey less traumatic and less intimidating to those who may be reluctant to be getting screened? And by the way, thank you for sharing your journey.
Well, thank you. Thank you for inviting me back this year to serve on this panel again. You know, it's quite interesting to watch the disparity of Black America. The gap gets wider and wider in so many different areas, and particularly in the healthcare arena. We're seeing unprecedented amounts of deaths of African Americans that have been diagnosed with cancer late and are in stage 3, stage 4. You know, in 2023 is estimated to be about 1.9 million people will be diagnosed with cancer, over 644,000 deaths. Out of that, African Americans have a largest proportion of diagnosis and deaths of cancer, and particularly in the areas of prostate cancer and breast cancer for women, prostate cancer for men. I think that we have to really look at how we can focus on areas of innovation and research to look at biomarkers, the registry, to be able to identify pathways in which we can get early screening, early indications, the advanced stages of cancer at stage 3 and 4 must be addressed much more aggressively. There has been policies that are put in place right now. In the Senate, Senator Cory Booker is marshaling a bill called the HIM Act. And what that is doing will eliminate the copay for men who have to undergo a prostate exam or a PSA. That will help eliminate a barrier there, but much more is needed to be done in research. And what I have found, one of the innovative approaches with addressing prostate cancer is with Oxford Biodynamics. They have come up with a blood test called EpiSwitch PSE. With a biopsy, well, with a PSA and a PSE, it improves accuracy from 55% to 94%. Now, I'm going to use, say, my Uncle Sam lives in a little small town in Ohio, and he can't get across the road to get to the doctor, but he's got someone coming to his house to do his blood test. Well, that eliminates a lot of time and gives the physician a real look to see, well, okay, we may have to do a biopsy now because this test is showing his PSA levels are high, his Gleason score, you know, to be much more aggressive. But we've got to continue to find a pathway through innovation, technology, patient support, advocacy, as well as allyship with organizations such as the Urban League, such as Brotherhood Crusade here in Los Angeles. So we're glad to put on these types of symposiums that people can get information and be much more aware of the need to really bring about these discussions and let us find a pathway to do something about it. We've got to turn our pain into a purpose with passion. We have to do that. We have to do that. You know, I've experienced from a personal journey, not only with myself, with my son. Back in 2019, he lived in Tennessee, and I went down to visit him, and I discovered that he had really a difficult challenge walking, and he was a lot of pain. And he had been underdiagnosed by the medical group there in Tennessee. It turned out that he had severe rheumatoid arthritis. I brought him out here to California where I knew that he would get proper care. After 2 knee replacements, he's back to working. He's still not out of the woods because he has to be on a medication to control his rheumatoid arthritis. But to watch him struggle and to watch him go through that, my own experience told me that advocacy is so important, so important. We've got family members, uncles, aunts, fathers, mothers who need us to go to the doctor's office with them. They need our support. They need our help. And through organizations like the American Cancer Society, there are many areas in which they utilize their resources to help with patient navigation and patient support. Someone needs a ride to the hospital, someone needs a ride to the doctor's office, or, we have a Hope Lodge in different parts of the country where a family member can stay or a patient can stay while they're getting treatment. Any types of resources that help with navigation and patient support is critical, is very critical.
Thank you. I want to move to potential solutions. So Dr. Robinson and Dr. Batchelor, you're both deeply involved in training and guiding new healthcare professionals. How do you believe medical education can evolve to better equip practitioners to address and dismantle the social determinants of health affecting marginalized populations?
I'll let you start.
Sure. I can start and just really building on what Dr. Batchelor said earlier about how important it is that we are addressing the inequities in who our physicians are, right? Less than 6% of our physicians are African American. We have to do something about that. So being involved in medical education is absolutely critical. What we've done with our USC Street Medicine team, once we got our teams up and running and felt like we had a good process, we started adding learners. We train PA students, we train medical students, our family medicine residents go out on the street with us as part of their education and training. Partly it's because we need more folks to do that work in the future, but I also believe that everyone needs to be exposed to that. We learn so much, and I will share briefly a story of one of our interns, Ron, who I brought out to the street last week when we were on street medicine. And he's a fantastic intern. But he was able to learn so much from a patient of ours that needed, who had an abscess that needed to be incised. And I talked Ron through that process, and we engaged the patient every step along the way. What are the options for treatment? Do you want to go to the emergency room? What would you prefer? How do we do consent? Talking about the risks and the benefits and all of that. And what was a beautiful thing is that the patient also brought their lived experience from the street. He said, let's go sit over in the shade, because it'll be cooler over there while we're doing this. And as we started to do it, and we explained every single thing we were doing, asking permission every single step of the way, he said, hey, I think there's a spot over here that you need to get. And I'm like, all right, is it okay if we open it up a little bit more? He said, that's fine. So this kind of process, we have to bring our learners along with us. One other specific thing we're doing at USC for the students who are not yet clinical is we have a Trojan trainer program. So we take first and second year PA students, first and second year medical students, and we pair them with one of our patients who becomes their trainer. And they have a longitudinal experience with that patient who teaches them about what it's like to be homeless. And the students figure out how they can help. They celebrate birthdays, they bring art supplies, sometimes they help to get a license for a patient who may need one in order to be able to apply for a program. So I think we have to engage our students. I love what Congresswoman Waters said earlier about the young people and the brilliance, and how do we bring that into what we're doing and be able to have everyone benefit from it.
So I'll echo what you just said, which is twofold. One is we, again, need to diversify the healthcare workforce. So we need to support young people in studying math and science and in going into healthcare careers, becoming doctors and nurses and other types of healthcare professionals. We need to make sure that students are exposed to not just the science and the medicine, but the social and political determinants of health as well. And what you described, is taking our students out and letting them see that patients exist in a social context, and that they need to consider that social context, and that our health system exists within a political context. And we need to think about how that political context, it needs to be changed as well. And we need to work on all of those fronts if we want to be able to bring equitable health care to our communities. So I couldn't agree with you more about that, and love the story about the street medicine team.
Thank you. So we're about 8 minutes left here. Dr. Tokri, given your local, national, international experience of HIV management among vulnerable populations, what key strategies have you found most effective in bridging gaps in access to health HIV care and prevention, and particularly for marginalized groups? I really want the audience to hear that we can stop new HIV diagnoses and incidents in our lifetime, that we have the tools for that.
Yes, thank you. So I spent some time in Zambia. I lived there for approximately 2 years, practicing infectious disease and HIV care. And what I noted in terms of similarities is that they really involved the community in terms of making sure that education was paramount so that patients could be aware. They employed community health workers to go out into the communities after going through training and getting educated about HIV to foster trust amongst the community members, because a lot of times when you come in and you're foreign, the knowledge that you impart on them for health may not be taken up. You have to understand the culture. You have to understand the verbiage that they will, be able to gather from what you're trying to tell them. So in doing so, what Zambia accomplished was 90-90-90. And that is 90% of patients who are diagnosed, they know their status. 90% that were diagnosed on treatment, and the other 90%, they're in care, they're retained in care. So I see this parallel with AHF. We also incorporate community health workers for retention. That's a big part of helping combat the HIV rates, preventing new cases. Patients that are retained in care and they're on their medications cannot infect anyone else. So that is really, really important. And a lot of people are still sort of unaware because of the stigma that surrounds HIV and AIDS. And AHF has been around since 1987 at the forefront of the AIDS epidemic. And now we've moved to 46 countries whereby we're really being able to impact patients and provide medications to patients so that we can really target the HIV rates. And we're doing the same thing in the States. And so the big part of it is we work with tiers. We have our community health workers. We have our linkage teams. They go out and they link new patients that are diagnosed into care. We also have pharmacy sales reps that go out and they look for our patients that have been out of care for more than 12 months. And so all of this helps towards the efforts of retaining patients, providing access, bringing them into care, getting them on medications. The other part of it is PrEP. This is pre-exposure prophylaxis. We're doing both things in terms of advocacy, because for those patients that are high risk, they should know their options. They should know what's out there to prevent them from contracting HIV. That's the other side of it. So a lot of education is involved, a lot of counseling. We need to continue to have this at the forefront and make sure that our providers, whether there are medical doctors, our nurse practitioners, our physician assistants, they're all aware of how to be culturally competent when they're delivering the education around HIV. So this is paralleled with what's happening in sub-Saharan Africa. And I could say that having and incorporating all of these different tiers in HIV prevention and treatment will help us as we move towards the goal of lowering the new cases of HIV.
Fantastic, thank you. So in the minutes that we have left, Dr. Shaw, how does the Department of Public Health ensure equitable access to essential healthcare resources and medical countermeasures so we're not left behind when we have emergency situations or things as Dr. Ferreira had mentioned during the pandemic?
Yeah, so, I was helping to build our COVID-19 vaccine rollout in December 2020 when the vaccines first hit the county. And it was really sort of back to residency hours, if you remember, 100-hour weeks for months on end. And we could not have done it alone. And I'm going to reiterate what I said during my remarks on medical debt, which is partnerships and leadership. It is partnerships and leaderships that got us our results here in LA County. And in a county of 10 million, of 80 plus cities, of 4,000 square miles, of such diversity, we need different strategies for every inch of the county. And you cannot, as one organization, create all of those strategies, hold all those relationships, and do it alone. So one of the things we deliberately did is we prioritized efficiency and equity in terms of access. We had about double the density in February of 2021 of COVID access points as any other California county. And that's to bring more people in so that they could reach their patients, their communities, the populations they knew well, better than we could. It was a lot of work. It was a lot of extra work. I think a lot of people, opted for a strategy which said simplify, deal with less, and maybe that works in certain regions. It does not work here. Fundamentally, I think in order to enable those partnerships, though, if we look at the underlying structures of power, right? We're public health, and we always want to look upstream. We want to look at prevention, and power in healthcare flows from the dollars in healthcare. And as Dr. Batchelor, highlighted, the way the dollars flow, there really is a two-tiered system. And until we address that, we're always going to just be doing a little bit of extra work on the back end to try to make, a terrible situation a little bit better. Just in terms of leadership, we saw leadership really emerge out of the woodworks during that time, and that was actually incredibly promising. Organizations, one of our highest vaccinating sites was here in South LA, Kedron Community Health Centers. They're a small federally qualified health center and an acute psychiatric hospital, and they became a vaccination superstar. Would not have expected that. I received a call at 11 p.m. one night, I still remember, from Dr. Abraham, who works there. And I think it's just, again, partnerships and leadership.
Great. We had some amazing stories during that time period of Dr. Abraham calling us up at 11 o'clock at night or 2 o'clock in the morning and saying, we have vaccines. Get your people down there now. So we call frantically to get people down there. So you're right, community partnerships. Mr. Ford, we have about 30 seconds left. Please bring us home. Talk to us about community partnerships, how they're important, and the ways of addressing healthcare inequities.
Okay, thank you. Real quickly, I think the partnership has twofold with local community-based organizations and corporate America. We're up here talking about healthcare, but we also have to tie in environmental justice and climate change. I was sharing in the back before talking about the impacts of what these hurricanes are having in Florida and other parts of the country, and wildfires that we're having at an unprecedented rate. The lag time in now going to see a doctor, be able to connect with somebody in the medical field if you have asthma, heart disease, diabetes, or kidney, you're on dialysis, let alone if you're in stage 3 or stage 4 cancer. We've got to find a pathway to reduce the fossil fuel emission rate that we're seeing. You've got two major freeways, 710 and 605, where you're seeing from the ports of LA, 40% of the goods movement is part of the diesel trucks coming in and out of the ports going into the other parts of California.
Mr. Ford, I'm so sorry. We have 11 seconds.
Okay. We've got to make sure that we are studious about the environment and be caretakers of this earth.
Fantastic. Let's thank our panelists, please.
Thank you very much for participating, all these panelists. Thank you very much. And we are now going to take a quick break, just 5 minutes. We do ask you to be back shortly because we will have Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass with us. 5 minutes.
Feeling good, everybody? How are we enjoying the discussion, the conversation so far? Yeah? really uplifting, and we've got one more really important discussion after we have our introduction. So we'll go ahead and get started. It's an honor to introduce a transformative leader who is making history as the first woman to serve as mayor of Los Angeles. That's right, Mayor Karen Bass. She brings decades of experience in public service, advocacy, and community engagement to this vital role. Before her election as mayor, Karen Bass served as U.S. Congresswoman, where she championed policies to improve health care, access, education, and housing for all Angelenos. Her commitment to social justice and equity has guided her efforts to address the critical challenges facing our city, from homelessness to economic development. As she leads Los Angeles toward a brighter future, please join me in welcoming Mayor Karen Bass.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. How is it going? Is the state of black folks, are we doing okay? Is that what our state is? I think we're doing okay because we are resilient. We are resilient. When you look that word up in the dictionary, it should say black folk. And we're days away from a major election. Nobody told me I couldn't talk about it, so I'm going to talk about it. Anyway, let me just start by thanking Cynthia for your leadership. You've been at this now, it's over a year, right? Just about a year. And in a year, what a difference you have made. So give her a round of applause for her leadership. So I know you've been talking about all kinds of issues that black folks are facing in LA, and you know exactly what I'm going to talk about, because that's why I ran for mayor, because of what was happening with our folk, both black and brown. 74% of the people living on the street look like us. 4 or 5 of them didn't wake up this morning. I will tell you that it has been the most rewarding work I've ever been involved in, is to go out with our outreach team, to talk to somebody that's hiding in a tent and say, no one deserves to live like this. Come on up out of here. And they leave quickly. They leave because no one wants to live like that. And I think in almost 2 years, in December it'll be 2 years, I think it's important that we have disproved the myth that people who are on the street are on the street because they choose to be there. No one chooses to live like that. And let me just say, and I know that all of you know this, the people who are on the street, it's not a monolith. People are there for a variety of different reasons, but you may or may not know that the fastest growing sector of the unhoused population are senior citizens, our elders in their late 60s, 70s, are on the street, 80s. Just think about that. You've worked in the service industry your whole life. You have no pension, you have no 401k, Social Security, if you have it, is not going to pay rent in Los Angeles. Rent gets raised, you don't have a family to take you in, and the next thing you know, you're living on the street. The problem is that the people that you see are people who tend to be the most worst off, meaning mental illness, addiction, etc. You don't see the 78-year-old black woman who's hiding because she doesn't want you to see her. You don't see the 9,000 children who are hiding because their parents don't want DCFS to come and to take them away. And so you have to look at people in different categories. Well, I do have some news I want to share with you, because along the way in this journey, one of the things that I've discovered is that we have all of these very antiquated policies that basically put people on the street or make it so hard that you can't get off the street. So at the same time as we're moving to get people off the street, we have to fight policies and change policies. And I describe it like peeling an onion, because every time I find a policy, then I have to go fight that policy. Then I find another policy. And when you peel an onion, you cry. And but I'll tell you, I'm not crying now because we've been able to change some of these policies along the way. And we've been able to change some of the policies on the federal level because of who sits in the White House. So just think about that when people go to vote or when you're calling your friends and family and telling them that they need to vote in this election. So there was a barrier that said if you were on the street and you needed housing, you had to prove your income. Now, if I'm on the street for 7 years, how do I prove nothing? And then, by the way, you need a government ID. Well, how can I have a government ID? Why don't you give me an address and then maybe you can mail me a government ID? How about presumptive eligibility? Can you presume that if I'm in a tent, that I'm poor and that I probably don't have an ID? And if you can give me a place to live, then you can mail me an ID. How about that? Well, I know the HUD secretary has been here. Has she been to speak to you yet? Well, I hope she claimed it because it was because of HUD, especially under the leadership of Marcia Fudge, that we were able to get those policies changed. We got the policy changed on a federal level and then found out there was a state law that mirrored the federal law. So then we had to go up to Sacramento and ask our legislature to change the law, and so we were able to do that. So what that means then is that people living on the streets no longer have to prove their income, nor do they have to have an ID. We can put them in housing, give them an address, and then we can get to all the paperwork later. Well, here's another policy that is crazier than the ones I just mentioned. If you are a veteran, Ian, and you have veterans benefits, I have a voucher for you for housing, but I count your benefits as income, and then I tell you I'm not going to give you the voucher because you make too much money. How is that? We literally have 3,000 vouchers in this city that veterans cannot have because of that rule. So we fought. We took 50 mayors to Washington, D.C. I've been talking to the Secretary of the VA since I took over, and we finally got that changed. So the other thing that we did with HUD is that we got them to raise the rents because this is not Nebraska. Rents in LA are expensive. We needed to have those vouchers be worth more. So stay tuned because in the next couple of months, we're going to launch a campaign in this city calling on Angelenos to do their patriotic duty and take a veteran, because no longer are their benefits counted as income, and we can put them into housing. We have the vouchers. Kevin Murray built this beautiful building on Skid Row for people who are unhoused. He had, I think it was 20, I'm not sure the number, of empty rooms that he couldn't fill because they were reserved for vets with vouchers that can't be given out. So now we can actually fill those rooms. So in this journey, you know, the different categories, another category are teenagers, foster youth. The policies make them homeless too, because when they turn 18 or 21, we cut them off of benefits, call them emancipated. It reminds me of emancipation over 100 years ago, where we told people, you free, now good luck. We give you nothing, good luck. Well, that's what we do to children in our county and frankly around the country. There is some housing for them, but for the most part, they're kind of on their own. So now we have a program that is specifically working with veterans with one of the nonprofits that I inherited as mayor, the Mayor's Fund. So we're looking at two things. How do we prevent people from becoming unhoused to begin with? And then two, when they are, how do we get them housed as quickly as possible? And so there's a specific program. So if you know young people in the foster care system, or if you know vets, there is help that we can give to them. And so now we're entering a period where there's been a spike in crime. And so what happens? When there's a spike in crime, then all these laws are passed. And when the laws are passed, we start locking people up over again, and we don't really get to the problems. And we're entering into one of those periods again. And I would just ask you to have caution when you look at the ballot. Look at Proposition 36. It's calling for increasing crime, increasing penalties. The question you should ask yourself is, where are the resources? So if you're going to arrest somebody because of their addiction, where are they going to go? We need to expand the social safety net, and frankly, it's because of policies over 2 or 3 decades that led to the reason why we have so many people unhoused. And so we have an opportunity to change all that, and I always have faith in our folks because, again, I think we're some of the most resilient people in the world with all that we have faced. So I want to tell you that right before I was here, I was speaking at a summit that's just right down the street at the convention center. It's a small business summit because we don't, when all of these major events come to town, people say, oh, we'll have jobs for you. Well, you know what? We're not all employees. There's a lot of us that are employers and have small businesses. So I want you to know that just down the street, there's 2,500 people who are in a summit right now looking for how they can get their small businesses up to speed so that when the World Cup comes, when the All-Star basketball game comes, when the Super Bowl comes, when the U.S. Open for golf for women comes, all of those things happen before the Olympics. And so what that means is that those are opportunities then for all of our communities to benefit, because one commitment I will make to you, when all of these world events come our way, we have to make sure that when people come to LA, they don't just go to the traditional tourist sites, but they come to South LA. They go to our restaurants, they go to Watts, they go to Pico Union, they go to East LA, they go to both parts of the valley. So we welcome the world, but we need to benefit from the world coming our way. So I think that our future is bright. As of after the election, we should not only have the first woman president, we should also have 2 more African American women in the U.S. Senate. History will be made when that happens. Angela Alsobrook from Maryland and Lisa Blunt Rochester from Delaware, and Kamala Harris in the White House. Thank you very much.
Let's give another round of applause to Mayor Karen Bass. Thank you so much for coming to our event. And now please welcome back Dr. Scorza for our final LA County report. Thank you.
We need to give it up again for Mayor Bass. What an incredible leader and incredible words of inspiration. Could not be more grateful to partner and support the work that's being done in the city of Los Angeles and throughout our region to help eliminate homelessness. Now, today we're going to move into our third and final panel as we talk about economic empowerment. And so, we did a number of interviews with subject matter experts, and we looked at major causes and drivers of economic disparities here in LA. And I'll tell you what we found. First, we found that stagnant growth occurred in the Black community after the implementation of Proposition 209. We found that there were inadequate educational and professional development opportunities, and that there were racial disparities in compensation, that Black folk were being compensated differently from their white counterparts. Then we also saw that there was a disproportionate impact on the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the Black community, resulting in loss in wages. Advance. So, when we look at the data here, we see that Black Angelenos, on average, experience the lowest rise in median household income, which is about $8,000 compared to approximately $11,000 to $14,000 for other racial groups, despite efforts to accelerate the economic recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic throughout diverse communities across the county. We also see that Black youth between the ages of 16 to 24 are most likely to be disconnected, meaning they're neither employed nor enrolled in school, and that Black Angelenos have the highest unemployment rate in the county, 10.6% compared to other racial groups. However, we know that LA County is the largest employer in the region, and that Black people make up approximately 17% of the county's workforce. 1 in 5 of our county staff, female staff, is Black. And so the county is actually employing a significantly higher proportion of Black folk in its workforce. So that's a good outcome right now. Advance. So I can't leave you today with this story that all is bad. And I think we heard President Mitchell talk to us about the beauty that exists in our community as well. And I want to leave you all with some bright spots. You know, it's important for us to tell the full story, right? It's not just that we're facing challenges, but it's also that we're succeeding and accomplishing great things in other places. So one of the things that I want you all to know is that while we are less likely than other racial groups to enjoy good housing, health, and economic opportunities, we did uncover areas where Black Angelenos have promising outcomes, and we expanded the scope of the report to look at quality of life measures, specifically on data that are typically difficult to measure. So here are some bright spots that we found. First, Black youth in particular has a health status that's on par with their white and Asian counterparts. And as a result, 80.4% of our Black youth reported to have excellent or very good overall health. So that's actually an improvement from previous generations. We also noted that their access to health care was on par with their counterparts, and that in our communities here in Los Angeles County, 90% of Black folk either have health care insurance and or 91.3% had a usual source of care. Now, in the built environment, we found that there was a higher percentage of Black and Latino residents, actually, who resided in the 11 unincorporated county designated green zones, and these are places where there's healthier and higher quality of life. And while Black residents and households were more likely to lack a vehicle, Black residents were also more likely to live in a high-quality transit area. And then finally, when it comes to civic engagement, you see it in this room. Black folk here in LA County are more likely to be, even though we comprise 9.9% of the overall county population, we represent 11.1% of the registered voters and are more likely to be civically engaged than nearly every other population. What's great about that is it shows not only our deep engagement, but it shows the deep commitment within our communities to facilitating change. And the final point I'll leave you with is that the county itself makes the highest number and highest amount of investments in arts and culture in communities where Black Angelenos reside. So again, if we're going to tell the story, we got to tell the full story, right? We got to make sure that people understand that actually it's not because, we're not working or we're not trying hard. It's not because, Black folk are not making good decisions. It's because of the material conditions that exist in our communities. In many ways, we do well when we have the resources and opportunities to thrive. So hopefully what you take away from this report is that with the right investments, with the right resources, with the right opportunities, our communities will succeed. They will thrive. We will do well. But without those, we're going to continue to face challenges. And so our invitation to all of you is to continue your advocacy with the county, with the city, with other government agencies and in the private sector to make sure that we're making the investments that our communities need to thrive. Thank you again, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much, Dr. Scorza. Our next panel focuses on economic empowerment. So please welcome our panelists as they come up on stage. And as they come up on stage, I'll give a little brief introduction. So we are talking about money. It is all about the money with our next discussion and our next group of panelists. As an economic empowerment, building wealth, bridging the racial wealth gap through entrepreneurship and innovation. Remember, please hold your applause until the introductions are completed. First up, we have Alma Marquez, the founder and CEO of Del Sol Group Incorporated. Del Sol is a prominent LA-based community relations and public affairs firm and a leading agency of civic empowerment. Alongside Alma is Dr. Michelle Turner. Dr. Turner, familiar to the surroundings as well. She's an Associate Vice President of Business Opportunity for USC's University Relations, Civic Engagement, and Economic Partnership. Next panelist is Kareem Webb, a principal for Webb Investments, a SoCal financial firm specializing in revitalizing urban communities. And please welcome Tanua Thrashintook. Tanua serves as the president and CEO for the Center by Lindustry, a Black woman-led small business empowerment nonprofit here in LA. Tammy Maxwell. Tammy is acting senior vice president in the Office of Small Business for the Export-Import Bank of the United States, known as XIM. Tammy is also a U.S. Army veteran of the Gulf War. Our moderator is Dr. Anthony Samad, no stranger to this audience. Dr. Samad serves as the executive director for the Mervyn Dimely African American Political and Economic Institute at California State University of Dominguez Hills. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome our panelists in our discussion.
Good afternoon, all. You guys didn't give Dr. Scorza a round of applause for that last presentation. And I know why. Because our economic development numbers are sobering, aren't they? Yes, they are. And so I'd like to thank Cynthia Hurd and the Urban League for inviting me back. Y'all know what you're about to get, okay? Just remember, you signed up for this. And to this very august panel, while your introductions were fine, I'd like each of you to take just about 30 seconds to tell the audience, you know, your accomplishments in your respective field, particularly as it relates to currently empowering the Black community. Don't be bashful.
Start with
okay, y'all gonna make me call on people? Okay, Ms. Maxwell, would you like to tell?
Absolutely. I can start. Again, my name is Tammy Maxwell. I am the Acting Senior Vice President for the Office of Small Business at a federal agency called Export-Import Bank. A lot of people probably have never heard of EXIM before, and that is because we are honestly the best kept secret in the federal government. But we don't want to be a secret. We're an agency that has a lending cap of $135 billion. I've been at EXIM Bank for 30 years. And one of my accomplishments of being there is that this is our 25th year of celebrating the Office of Minority and Women-Owned Business, which is the office that I created 25 years ago. So we're an agency that's not new to DEI. We've been doing it for 25 years and trying to get the message out to the underserved business community about the importance of selling your products and services overseas. We look here in the US, and what we have to realize is 95% of our buying power is outside of the US. And they want to do business with people who look just like us. So my main thing that I'm proud of is starting that office and continuing to enhance and bring products to the underserved business community. And I'll tell you a little bit more about EXIM as we move into the panel.
Okay. Dr. Thrash Intook.
Now, you've been calling me Dr. Thrash Intook, and some of my friends have said, now, when did Tanua go and get a PhD, among other things that she's doing? And so while I appreciate the title, it isn't official that I'm not quite a doctor, but we'll accept it, and we'll let Dr. Samad call me, as long as he calls me Thrash Intook.
Okay.
So good afternoon, everyone. We are here and excited to be able to talk about the topic of money in our communities. I'm Tanua Thrash Intook, and President and CEO of the Center by Lendistry. We're a nonprofit organization located here in the Los Angeles area, but have national impact and really focusing on making sure that our communities have access to education, technical assistance, and the capital they need in order to succeed. And so through that work, we've got a series of accelerator programs that we're doing. And some of you know that throughout my career, thinking about the fact that I started on 98th and Figueroa is where I grew up, to the work that I do nationally and internationally now, our work is really all about bringing access to greater contracts and ensuring that local jurisdictions have equity strategies. And so the report here, this conversation, I look forward to sharing more about my experience in doing just that. How do we make sure that the resources that are out there make their way to our community and are designed in such a way not to systematically keep us out, but to systematically give us the opportunity and access? Oh, thank you. I should also mention, though, because people hear the term Lindustry, and I know our Congresswoman shouted it out. Lindustry is our sister organization, a for-profit CDFI that is focused on fintech and enabling and ensuring that access to capital. So I look forward to sharing a little bit more about that. But for now, I'll turn it over to you, Kareem.
All right, great. Thank you, Tanoa. How y'all doing? Well, it's really an honor to be here, man. Thank you for the invitation, and thank everybody for showing up to be engaged in this conversation and the other ones that are taking place. I'm an entrepreneurial activist. I do have several Buffalo Wild Wings restaurants around LA, and we have a family business. So myself and my siblings and my mother now own a construction company, and we are into modular manufacturing and looking to do other things, especially in infrastructure. The activist side comes alongside of entrepreneurship or anything else that we do. I think all of us who care about equity and fairness and our own agency, and that not only of ourselves and our immediate family, but also our community, and are active about making it happen, are activists. I see myself that way. I'm blessed to serve the mayor and the city as president of the Board of Airport Commissioners. It's the area in which I have the most impact right now with a $40 billion capital improvement project in terms of ensuring that all people in our region have an opportunity to benefit from all of that economic activity. We had a $950 million procurement in February. I'm happy to say, the first time of any proprietary in LA, 60% of those dollars went to minorities and women-owned businesses. So we're not at parity, but we're on our way. And the work that I do is really around advocacy, especially around the public dollar, the public spend, and our public pensions. $1.2 trillion between CalPERS and CalSTRS, only 4% is being managed by people of color. It's no wonder we have no primes and we don't have access to capital to really compete at the highest level. Those are the things that we have to change. That's the conversation I'm in, and I'm glad to be able to be having it today with all of you, all of my colleagues.
Sort of following from Kareem's remarks, I consider myself an entrepreneur administrator because I've been in business for 30 years, but that journey and that experience, really has informed the work that I do here at USC. I am Dr. Michelle Turner. I am the Associate Vice President of a new office here within our University Relations, Civic Engagement, and Economic Partnerships Division called the Office of Business Opportunity. And I just feel incredibly blessed to be able to have an opportunity where I can really roll up my sleeves and use my experience in a very personal, high-touch way to help small businesses, especially minority businesses, especially Black businesses and brown businesses, walk the journey of success. And I think it's important to have someone who knows what that feels like, who understands the journey, to be a mentor and someone who can, be strategic with you, because you don't walk that road of entrepreneurship unless you want to be successful. It is your life DNA. It is something that you think about 24/7. But especially as an entrepreneur of color, you just also take in so many self-inflicted barriers. And in this day and time, we can be smarter. We can also be more supportive. But, you almost don't know who to go to sometimes. So from an anchor institutional perspective, I'm able to sit in this seat and with my thought partners who are here, Effie Turnbull Sanders, who is Vice President of our Office of Civic Engagement and Economic Partnerships, we take seriously the charge that Dr. Folt has given to us to really provide community benefit in an economically beneficial way. And so this is a journey that we've been on together for the last 3 years. I'll be able to talk about some of our initiatives and some of the things that we have done up to this point. But it's from the entrepreneur administrator lens that I'm just very thankful to be able to share with you all today.
Okay.
Hi, everybody. My name is Alma Marquez, and it's my distinct honor to be here. I am a product of Dr. Genevieve Shepard's stewardship and love as a student, of hurs. She was my elementary school vice principal or assistant principal, and she taught me at 7 years old that quitters never win and winners never quit. And I've taken that with me my entire life, and everywhere I show up, Dr. Genevieve Shepherd shows up, because I also felt God for the first time in her church. So it is really my distinct honor to be able to uplift her name and sit here as part of her living legacy. I have established Del Sol Group. In January, it'll be 15 years. We are a communications and community engagement firm. Our primary focus had been to support education leaders and really advocate for education reform. And we are now doing more work for the last 4 years around economic development and really building on my own training as an urban planner with the focus on social and community development. And a big part of the work that we are doing is really to empower women and focus on women in helping them start and formalize their micro and small businesses. A lot of us know people who have side hustles, and we want to make sure that we invite them into the economy and really begin change for them and their families as they're beginning generational wealth building ideas. I'm very happy to be here, and I know that a lot of the work that we are going to be talking about is obviously about the state of the Black community, but I also sit here as a product of the Black community. I may not be Black, but in my heart I carry the Black community just as I do the Latino community, and I want you all to know that.
Okay, Dr. Martin Luther King had a dream, and his dream was that his panelists keep their answers a little bit shorter, a little bit tighter. A little longer than 30 seconds, okay? All right, so okay, tighten up your seatbelts now. It's time for us to get into it. Okay, Ms. Maxwell, given your role with the Export-Import Bank's Minority and Women-Owned Business Group, what strategies have been most effective in supporting minority-owned businesses, I hate that word, to expand into international markets? And how can these strategies be scaled to reach a broader segment of the Black business community in Los Angeles?
So the main strategy that we use, to be quite honest with you, is education. There are so many Black and brown businesses who don't even think about exporting. They think it's impossible, it's too large of a feat, but it's not. We have businesses that are exporting less than $250 of materials or products or services that they're shipping monthly. And our tools give them the ability to do that. So being here today is just a testament of how we plan to get more Black and brown businesses to think about doing business overseas. There's 17 government agencies that assist you in doing that. We're just the financing arm of that. But we're also I feel the most important, because we have the money to be able to give you, to be able to provide those services overseas. So it's education. Our products and services are not as difficult as most people think it is to qualify. We are a federal agency, but one of the biggest products we have, and I know you said 30 seconds, but this is important. They must know this. Export credit insurance. And this gives businesses the ability to offer terms to their customers with a guarantee from the federal government that if your buyer does not pay, we will pay you back if they do not pay. This is very important, because we meet with large governments from other countries weekly. We meet with them weekly, and one of the things that they say all the time to us is, where are the Black businesses? Where are they? We want to do business with them because they look like us. And so it's about educating businesses to start thinking outside the box, to start looking at 95% of your buying power. And if you ignore that, that would mean that you're just looking at this front row. Everyone else in this room doesn't exist if you're a business owner, because that is what you're looking at. So think outside the box. And everything that is needed here in the US is needed in other countries. So it's not just about a product, it is about services as well. So, and we finance just about everything except for military products. But everything else, as long as it's manufactured here in the US, we can finance that because our mission is to create US jobs. That's it, to create US jobs by financing exports. So it's about education.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Thrash-Intook. Question for you is, your experience spans multiple sectors in housing and economic development, including complex urban markets. Okay, what are some of the innovative financing and partnership models you found most effective in facilitating equitable development in historically marginalized communities?
Yes, thank you for that. Many of you know I kind of shared a bit about where I grew up. And know that sort of my roots of the work that I've done started in community, certainly here in the Crenshaw corridor at West Angeles Community Development Corporation. And part of what I have learned over that 20-year span is that we have a number of fantastic ideas that really help to address what's needed in urban communities in our community. So we've got on the housing front programs that allow us to be able to do cooperative ownership. So maybe you can't afford, but in partnership with someone else, you can afford. We have models around making sure that we have community development financial institutions in our community, those that are Black-led, that are making sure capital gets out into communities. We know that gentrification is real, and we know, having studied it at MIT, that there's a certain amount of public investment that goes into a community, and then that curve towards upward in terms of what housing costs, what other goods cost, and what the opportunity is to remain in those communities gets lower and lower. And there are strategies out there to intervene, including making sure that our businesses are fortified with the resources to get that done. What I've learned, though, over the years is that those things individually, one business at a time, one home ownership opportunity at a time, is something we absolutely still have to do, but we've got to play bigger. And playing bigger is what I heard earlier today on the first panel, and that is we've got to figure out how to take all of those solutions and strategies into one and put our resources and time and energy into focusing on a place where we then bring those different strategies to bear. So, for example, there are programs that I've designed where we're talking about how do you make sure that as transportation infrastructure investment goes into a community, we know that transportation is great for the environment. It creates those transit-oriented developments. But then how do we make sure that that gentrification trend doesn't price us out of those places? Well, it takes the effort of making sure that we're having resources to bring our businesses to those communities. The grants that we see, maybe they're going to make sure that there is a way to pay for tenant improvements and get those businesses in and grow them in such a way so they're part of that curve.
Sort of following from Kareem's remarks, I consider myself an entrepreneur administrator, because I've been in business for 30 years, but that journey and that experience, really has informed the work that I do here at USC. I am Dr. Michelle Turner. I am the Associate Vice President of a new office here within our University Relations, Civic Engagement, and Economic Partnerships Division called the Office of Business Opportunity. And I just feel incredibly blessed to be able to have an opportunity where I can really roll up my sleeves and use my experience in a very personal, high-touch way to help small businesses, especially minority businesses, especially Black businesses and brown businesses, walk the journey of success. And I think it's important to have someone who knows what that feels like, who understands the journey, to be a mentor and someone who can, be strategic with you, because you don't walk that road of entrepreneurship unless you want to be successful. It is your life DNA. It is something that you think about 24/7. But especially as an entrepreneur of color, you just also take in so many self-inflicted barriers. And in this day and time, we can be smarter, we can also be more supportive, but you almost don't know who to go to sometimes. So from an anchor institutional perspective, I'm able to sit in this seat and with my thought partners who are here, Effie Turnbull Sanders, who is Vice President of our Office of Civic Engagement and Economic Partnerships, we take seriously the charge that Dr. Folt has given to us to really provide community benefit in an economically beneficial way. And so this is a journey that we've been on together for the last 3 years. I'll be able to talk about some of our initiatives and some of the things that we have done up to this point. But it's from the entrepreneur administrator lens that I'm just very thankful to be able to share with you all today.
Okay.
Hi, everybody. My name is Alma Marquez, and it's my distinct honor to be here. I am a product of Dr. Genevieve Shepard's stewardship and love. As a student of hers, she was my elementary school vice principal or assistant principal, and she taught me at 7 years old that quitters never win and winners never quit. And I've taken that with me my entire life. And everywhere I show up, Dr. Genevieve Shepard shows up, because I also felt God for the first time in her church. So it is really my distinct honor to be able to uplift her name and sit here as part of her living legacy. I have established Del Sol Group. In January, it'll be 15 years. We are a communications and community engagement firm. Our primary focus had been to support education leaders and really advocate for education reform. And we are now doing more work for the last 4 years around economic development and really building on my own training as an urban planner with the focus on social and community development. And a big part of the work that we are doing is really to empower women and focus on women in helping them start and formalize their micro and small businesses. A lot of us know people who have side hustles, and we want to make sure that we invite them into the economy and really begin change for them and their families as they're beginning generational wealth building ideas. I'm very happy to be here, and I know that a lot of the work that we are going to be talking about is obviously about the state of the Black community, but I also sit here as a product of the Black community. I may not be Black, but in my heart, I carry the Black community just as I do the Latino community, and I want you all to know that.
Okay, Dr. Martin Luther King had a dream, and his dream was that his panelists keep their answers a little bit shorter, a little bit tighter. A little longer than 30 seconds, okay? All right, so okay, tighten up your seatbelts now. It's time for us to get into it. Okay, Ms. Maxwell, given your role with the Export-Import Bank's Minority and Women-Owned Business Group, what strategies have been most effective in supporting minority-owned businesses, ooh, I hate that word, to expand into international markets? And how can these strategies be scaled to reach a broader segment of the Black business community in Los Angeles?
So the main strategy that we use, to be quite honest with you, is education. There are so many Black and brown businesses who don't even think about exporting. They think it's impossible, it's too large of a feat, but it's not. We have businesses that are exporting less than $250 of materials or products or services that they're shipping monthly. And our tools give them the ability to do that. So being here today is just a testament of how we plan to get more Black and brown businesses to think about doing business overseas. There are 17 government agencies that assist you in doing that. We're just the financing arm of that. But we're also I feel the most important, because we have the money to be able to give you, to be able to provide those services overseas. So it's education. Our products and services are not as difficult as most people think it is to qualify. We are a federal agency, but one of the biggest products we have, and I know you said 30 seconds, but this is important. They must know this. Export credit insurance. And this gives businesses the ability to offer terms to their customers with a guarantee from the federal government that if your buyer does not pay, we will pay you back if they do not pay. This is very important, because we meet with large governments from other countries weekly. We meet with them weekly, and one of the things that they say all the time to us is, where are the Black businesses? Where are they? We want to do business with them because they look like us. And so it's about educating businesses to start thinking outside the box, to start looking at 95% of your buying power. And if you ignore that, that would mean that you're just looking at this front row. Everyone else in this room doesn't exist if you're a business owner, because that is what you're looking at. So think outside the box. And everything that is needed here in the US is needed in other countries. So it's not just about a product, it is about services as well. So, and we finance just about everything except for military products. But everything else, as long as it's manufactured here in the US, we can finance that, because our mission is to create US jobs. That's it, to create US jobs by financing exports. So it's about education.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Thrash-Intook, question for you. As your experience spans multiple sectors in housing and economic development, including complex urban markets, okay, what are some of the innovative financing and partnership models you found most effective in facilitating equitable development in historically marginalized communities?
Yes, thank you for that. Many of you know I kind of shared a bit about where I grew up, and know that sort of my roots of the work that I've done started in community, certainly here in the Crenshaw corridor at West Angeles Community Development Corporation. And part of what I have learned over that 20-year span is that we have a number of fantastic ideas that really help to address what's needed in urban communities in our community. So we've got, on the housing front, programs that allow us to be able to do cooperative ownership. So maybe you can't afford, but in partnership with someone else, you can afford. We have models around making sure that we have community development financial institutions in our community, those that are Black-led, that are making sure capital gets out into communities. We know that gentrification is real, and we know, having studied it at MIT, that there's a certain amount of public investment that goes into a community, and then that curve towards upward in terms of what housing costs, what other goods cost, and what the opportunity is to remain in those communities gets lower and lower. And there are strategies out there to intervene, including making sure that our businesses are fortified with the resources to get that done. What I've learned, though, over the years is that those things individually, one business at a time, one home ownership opportunity at a time, is something we absolutely still have to do, but we've got to play bigger. And playing bigger is what I heard earlier today on the first panel, and that is we've got to figure out how to take all of those solutions and strategies into one and put our resources and time and energy into focusing on a place where we then bring those different strategies to bear. So, for example, there are programs that I've designed where we're talking about how do you make sure that as transportation infrastructure investment goes into a community, we know that transportation is great for the environment. It creates those transit-oriented developments. But then how do we make sure that that gentrification trend doesn't price us out of those places? Well, it takes the effort of making sure that we're having resources to bring our businesses to those communities. The grants that we see, maybe they're going to make sure that there is a way to pay for tenant improvements and get those businesses in and grow them in such a way so they're part of that curve.
Mr. Webb, with your involvement in initiatives like Bloom and other community-oriented, economically disadvantaged communities, other projects, how can you businesses better support youth empowerment and mentorship within economic disadvantaged communities to foster a pipeline for future entrepreneurs?
Well, yeah, I appreciate that question. And when you mentioned Bloom, so that the audience knows, it stands for Building Lives of Opportunities and Options for Young Men. It was an initiative of the California Community Foundation, supported by Dr. Scorza at SJLI and Sharice Berman-Weaver and team at the Brotherhood Crusade, that impacted the lives of, about 2,000 young black boys, 12 to 13, who had previously been involved in the probation system, who actually finished high school and went on to college. We know in California, 40% of black boys don't graduate from high school. And of the ones that don't, 90% go to prison. If they graduate high school, only 10% go to prison. So as an entrepreneur, owning Buffalo Wild Wings, being involved, going to schools, going to Washington, going to Dorsey, going to Duke Ellington, sitting in the circle with young people, you realize how little interdictive love it takes to give somebody hope who, through no fault of their own, is born into these circumstances that lead to negative predictive outcomes. I tell you, it gives me great pleasure when I go in Compton on Rose Boulevard, and I see the brother with the barbecue truck that was an hourly manager for me that used to work at Bloom. That's what it takes. Sometimes we think that mentorship is about, setting our families aside, or we don't have enough time to do it. No, it's about a half an hour. It's about somebody that just needs a word to say you are worthy, your community needs you, and regardless of what you go home to or what you see in school or what you see in your community, that God loves you the same way that he loves me, and you have a right to live the life that you want for yourself and your family.
Okay. It's about modeling. We'll have a conversation about, besides prison, what are the other barriers that black males encounter, particularly black males in business. Dr. Turner.
Yes, sir.
What responsibility do black-owned businesses have in determining its own success?
Well, thank you for that question.
They gave me these questions, okay?
Yes, but thank you.
That's not one I would have asked, but.
That's okay. That's okay. It's a good question. As an entrepreneur, I'll tell you, there are some things that I do think about, relative to entrepreneurship in Los Angeles, closing racial wealth gaps, which is, one of the objectives that we think about with the why of black entrepreneurship in Los Angeles. And, a business, at the end of the day, regardless of being a black-owned business or a Latino-owned business, still has to compete. And, on the other side of the decision about, bringing in the black-owned business as the procurer, I want to know that this business can compete on quality, that they are the best at what they do, that they are the most productive at what they do. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. And that, that they are recognizing the need of me as a customer and creating the best customer experience that they can, so that I will come back and place the next order or become a client with them. And, there's ways that we can attack, this conversation in terms of what does a Black business need to do. But looking at the opportunity here in LA County, you know, what's mostly in the conversation is a conversation about low-value businesses, you know, where most in our Black community are going into businesses with very low barriers to entry, hair salons, food, this kind of thing, and where they're not are in higher value businesses that would afford them better opportunity to make more if they could get into these businesses and compete at higher levels. And one of the reasons that we don't have this conversation here in Los Angeles is because we haven't figured out exactly how to support a high-value industry sector here. You know, you can look at other parts of the country that are anchored in automotive, are anchored in tech, really anchored in tech, maybe Northern California, but not necessarily here in Southern California, or opportunities where I, as a small business, can actually upstream, you know, the kind of products and services that I have just as easily or as competitively, or the opportunity is there for me to look at high value, being a high value competitor. And as a Black business, I think you need to think about that. You know, what kind of business should I go into? And how do I get prepared, hopefully to prepare in high value markets? Because there is a greater opportunity to generate revenue, close wealth gaps, and scale. And one of the things that we also know about Black businesses is that so few of them are employer firms. Most Black businesses have an employee of one, and that is the owner. Less than 2% of Black businesses are employer firms. And one of the reasons that that's important is because employer firms have the greater opportunity to scale, to hire, to generate more revenue per employee, and to actually grow. And so what I would love to see, and actually the place that I spend a lot of time thinking about in terms of our programs, is that idea of scale. How do we take a small proprietor-based company and bring them into markets and opportunity mindsets where they can think about their transition into becoming an employer firm, and maybe thinking about how they can transition their business into higher value markets. So.
Thank you, Dr. Turner. Ms. Marquez, your experience includes mobilizing Latino communities through advocacy and public policy. What unique challenges and opportunities do you see in expanding entrepreneurial access and wealth-building resources within Latino communities?
So, in my experience working with Latino communities and working with Black communities, it's very similar. Our barriers are often the same. Our barriers are access to wealth, access to capital, access to capacity building opportunities, access to training, access to a social network that'll help you, access to friends with money, access. And it is so important that as we're thinking about how we're gonna lift us up, Latinos and African Americans, we have to think about access as the guiding question. What are we going to do to change the narrative that we don't show up? What are we going to do to change the narrative that says folks are lazy, folks don't care, they don't come up, because we do. In my many years of organizing, in my many years of doing community engagement work, it is always the question, where's the community and how do they show up? And our responsibility is twofold. One, to be prepared, to make sure that our paperwork is in order, hence this whole idea of formalizing our businesses. The second piece for me that I really want to leave with the group and everybody who's watching us on the stream is to think about the role that government employees play in procurement opportunities. I invite us to think about how we train those people who work in those institutions, who are supposed to be doing the work to uplift communities of color like ours, and supposed to be points of access, but become points of barriers. How do we train them to be the fast forward buttons, to be the fast forward buttons.
Or get them the hell out the way.
Okay?
I know.
All right.
Here we go, Kareem.
Well,
we got 4 minutes left, and we got to be
seems like
solutions-oriented.
you guys ready to
real
jump really deep in the pool. This is an excellent segue.
Well, let's segue right here. We're right here. Let's get into this conversation.
Let's get it on.
Yeah.
All right. You know, I stated earlier how I hate this term, minority business enterprise. They talk about us like we're a monolith, but there are competition variables in this. Black and Latino communities, they share demography and geography, but those communities don't necessarily cooperate on everything. You know, we will collaborate on social justice and maybe some politics, you know, as we saw it play out in real life a couple years ago, okay? However, when it comes to economics, everybody goes into their own huddle, and then they become competition, okay? And somehow they seem to not be able to find black businesses because they're choosing the flavor of the month based on population parity, okay? So the real question here is, how do two economically underserved communities whose economic and political interests don't always align, how do they support each other in getting a bigger share of the economic pie as opposed to fighting over slices?
I say let's just agree that parity is the goal, especially in public spending. We are the public. Yeah. Why are we patting ourselves on the back for 15% participation when, including women, we're 92% of the people?
Exactly.
Let's deal with that. We have legends in banking on the panel and in the audience here, but banking is only one access point to capital. We don't have private equity in the room. Mm-hmm. There's no real venture capital in the room. There's no access to all the real tools that empower ideas. When we see prime contractors, I'll tell you at the airport every other week, we're in Thailand, 50 million, 100 million, 125 million. And Latino-owned and Black-owned companies are subcontractors. They're the last to get paid 100%. Until we change the policy,
100%.
right? And rather than the first to get paid with the biggest margins and the most leverage. But Black people and Latino people are in government relations, and they're making sure that the company that they work for gets those deals. It's not an issue of talent. It's an issue of coupling talent with the resources necessary to own our own and demand that our government strengthens our business, then we can go compete in the private sector.
And the other thing is that it's not necessarily true that Black businesses and Latino businesses don't want to work together.
Yeah.
You know, I think what we've also found is that in both demographics, they're facing the same issue with regard to access, with regard to opportunity, and both of us have been trying to make our own way with it in these very isolated efforts. And I think this is the kind of time where we think about, wow, how do we do this differently? We might need to do it by coming together. And that's absolutely something in the work that I do, you know, where I've broached that in terms of, why don't we just all go to lunch? And these are the leaders of these chambers, and their response has been, I would love to, because we know that we can't do it by ourselves. We also know that we're probably getting into different doors with regard to opportunity. And when larger primes have to sub and they start to ask, well, who should we bring? We need to be bringing each other, you know, and we have the ability to do that if we just think bigger than what we've been thinking.
Make one point on that. As the previous panel stated, some of this racism is structural.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And it impacts both communities.
Yeah.
Okay. When King gets paid 1/3 of, you know, what they pay patients on the West Side, you know, there's something wrong with that picture. And if we are for social justice, we should be for economic justice, and we should be partnering on those conversations because it impacts us the same. Okay.
Yeah, Ahmad, and I love that we're moving to solutions because we got to get there before we leave today. And we're at a moment. It's been mentioned earlier today. We have the Inflation Reduction Act that represents $900 billion from the federal government. The federal government is now spending more money on creating a new way to create create energy in our country than the current way we're doing it, which is basically fossil fuels and other arenas. What that means is that having been a community that missed the chance to own the railroads or own the Industrial Revolution or be able to necessarily even invest as well in tech, this is a moment for us right now to be able to invest in what's happening with climate resilience. So we're talking venture capital money is chasing innovations right now and how we light up our world, how we mobilize and mobility in our world. So there's all this tech that's going to be out there that needs to be put in place. We need our companies, we need the genius of our community to create those companies because that venture capital is out there. We need to be thinking about how do we make sure that who works on every project, who gets the contracts in all of these projects, come from our community and push for, you heard the term Justice 40. I mean, that's at the very least, right? We expect that with Justice 40, 40% of that $800 billion will go to communities of color. That's the floor. We need parity. So we want to make sure that more than 60, 70, 80% plus of those resources come to our community. So be aware and start to really pay attention to what's happening. Our organization is working on it. I know others are working on it here in the market. It's coming. And those resources will help us to be able to figure out, how do we electrify our communities? How do we have other alternatives to energy and do it in such a way that has a positive impact on our health, that creates healthier places for us to live and gives us the economic mobility to be able to own a new part of what is the green revolution of the future.
Okay, so I'm gonna stay stuck on stupid for a minute because I'm a little slow. But we've seen these moments before. Okay, it says we got 450. Okay, all right, okay, we're good.
Got it.
Okay. We talk about what we need to do, that's theoretical. But the systems that let these contracts, that bring these contracts, are not necessarily part of our community. And quite frankly, they basically feed those they've been feeding, okay? Mm-hmm. And so this whole diversity play, when does diversity become inclusion? Mm-hmm. Janet Hill, Grant Hill's mother, used to be a crisis manager, helped corporations to get in trouble. And she used to say, what is the difference between diversity and inclusion? And the difference is we all went to high schools where we were invited to the dance, but stood up against the wall all night because nobody asked us to dance. The difference between diversity and inclusion, everybody has a list that has, all kind of MBEs and WBs and whatever they call them today, okay? But at what point are we asked to dance?
Yeah. Right.
The number stays the same. Running on 30 years now. Since the 1990s, 3%. 2024, 3%. Los Angeles has 5 global events coming to the city in the next 4 years. Yeah. What are we playing for? Are we playing for 3% of that and 3% of that? Mm-mm. When we're a city that is 80% people of color. Y'all need to stop tripping. Okay, we need to have the real conversations about us being primes, not subcontractors.
Yes.
Okay, don't get on television and act like you're afraid to say black or you're afraid to say white. Okay, we know where the money's going. We know exactly where it's going, and it ain't coming this way. So advocacy groups like the Urban League and NAACP and Brotherhood Crusade, when they sit down with Metro and when they sit down with the county and the state of California, they need to say, you need to find another prime, like they did in Atlanta. Atlanta and LAX was being built at the same time. Tom Bradley says, well, we got to move forward because we got the Olympics coming in '84. Maynard Jackson in Atlanta said, you better find a black contractor, it won't get built. Okay? And Herman Russell built hotels, but he built airports that day.
Yes, it did.
Okay? we need to stop massaging this conversation like this, okay? If we're talking about true economic empowerment, we need to start it at the source. React to my comments. If you think I'm crazy, call me crazy.
No, I agree, and I'll say, if I can, that we need to also make sure that they're paying people on time. Because, can we start with that? Our firm went into the public sector. We were very excited to be selected because we had been waiting and very prepared. And this is our own experience. We worked for free for almost half a year because they refused to pay us. And they had one thing after another thing after another thing, excuse after excuse after excuse. And I'm talking about a government agency. I'm not talking about the primes. The primes we were ready for. This other conversation about what are we doing to make sure that could bankrupt a fragile business led by a person of color. That could bankrupt us.
Can I just add, that's one of the reasons, like, everyone here advocates for doing business with the federal government and these larger suppliers. I advocate for doing business overseas. And the reason for that is because you're not competing with 300 or 400 other companies who look like you. You're competing with people from other countries, but you have the up on them because you have U.S. products and services. And when you have an entire U.S. government backing you, teaching you, showing you what countries to go to, financing you to be able to go on trade missions. The SBA has what they call STEP grants, where you can go on trade missions and you get reimbursed for it. So it's about learning and educating yourself on all of the resources out there to help you go overseas. I guarantee you, if you're competing against France, Germany, Russia, all these other countries, you're gonna win. You're gonna win that contract. But you're not competing against 300 other companies who are trying to get that federal government contract who doesn't pay you for 5-6 months. That's not going to happen if you do business overseas. We give you the working capital to be able to do it. We give you the export credit insurance to offer them terms, and then we cover it. So it's about thinking outside the box. Stop chasing these government contracts and companies who don't want to give you the business in the first place.
But is that the way you really want to say that is acceptable? I mean, this is when leadership matters. This is when intention matters. And this is when the demand of who actually can rally the voice behind what should happen matters. Because right now the conversation is left in the lane of the procurement decision. It's not left in the lane of who the consumers are. It's not left in the lane of who else is supporting this company. And as people of color, you are in all of those spaces, but you're silent. And so, to help this conversation, especially at the leadership level, it is important that you show up in that conversation as well. An example I will just throw out is our Children's Shop Local initiative. It was from the voice of students after COVID, Black students that said, USC, what are you doing for our neighborhood? You sit right here. And what we said was, what would you like us to do? They said, we want you to, do something to highlight and showcase our local businesses. And together we figured that out. But they used their voice as students who pay tuition at a very expensive school, who had a presence here as students of color, to allow us, to take our agency and our resources to do something that benefited everyone.
All right, Dr. Turner.
Yes?
I'm being attacked from both sides. We're going to have to let that be the last word. We're 2.5 over.
Okay. Leadership.
Thank you guys very much. Hopefully we said something today that we can take back and begin to use as a way to leverage these contracts. Thank you, Urban League, for bringing us back. And we'll turn it back over to our television moderator. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Thank you for the television model, too. I'll take it. So next, Senator Lola Smallwood Cuevas represents 1 million residents of the 28th Senate District. one of the most diverse districts in California, stretching from South Los Angeles to the West Side and from Mid-City to downtown Los Angeles. She's the only Black woman in the California State Senate and the first Black woman to chair the Senate Labor Committee. She will address the update on reparations, and for those of you unaware of reparations, it's a policy that seeks to address the harms of slavery, which amassed on estimated $20 trillion on the backs of enslaved women, men, and children, making the U.S. the largest economic power in the world dating back to 1619, and contributing to the enduring disparities that the Black community continue to face today. So please join me in welcoming to the stage Senator Lola Smallwood Cuevas.
Good afternoon, Urban League. So good to be here with you. It is my honor to be invited to be with you today. I want to say welcome to my district. And I also want to say welcome to what will be California's first designated cultural district in the state representing the diaspora right here in South LA. And I'm not going to talk about that. My role today, Cynthia says, is really to give a message about reparations and to share an update on California's collective progress toward restoring Black California to restore California for everyone. So I want to say thank you for the hence why I agreed to come today, because we have to deal with some elements in our communities. We have to deal with some divisions in our communities. But most of all, we have to deal with truth, with honesty, with transparency, and with integrity. And so I stand before you because I am a proud member. Thank you. I am a proud member of the California Legislative Black Caucus. And the Black Caucus is comprised of 12 state legislators who are elected to represent over 7 million Californians across the state, from San Diego to Sonoma County. And we have pledged to work together to ensure that California becomes the first state in the nation to successfully accomplish what has never been done before in 500 years: the passage and adoption and implementation of a restorative reparation policy. This is sacred work. This work was entrusted to us by California State Secretary Shirley Weber when she established the task force to really look at the recommendations of how we do this. We have over 200 recommendations, 40 chapters of directives, over 1,100 pages. And this past July, the Reparations Task Force handed that massive book over to us, and the caucus began to streamline and to build a policy roadmap and a campaign for 2024 to make sure that reparations, this multi-year effort, would be successful. And we know that there is a drumbeat of opposition to reparations that's long and deep. We see the polling that is often in the news, but we knew this policy would be an uphill battle, and it would take us some time, and it would take a need for us to escalate toward implementing the full package. Common sense told us, and counsel from our elder statesmen and stateswomen, that before we could run, we needed to crawl. And before we could walk, we needed to know that reparations needed to take its time for us to implement it in a real way. And so our caucus went about an internal process to build the foundation to manage this task. We began to select the bills very carefully. We began to design the process intentionally. And the first step we knew we had to do because we knew our community had been involved in the task force, we had to engage and educate those 108 other members in the state legislature to understand why it was important to pass reparations and to support it over time, because we knew it was not about one vote. It was about their commitment to support this effort over multi-years. And so, we knew that there was stiff opposition too, that many of these colleagues of ours who live in rural areas and suburban areas had in their own districts about reparations, and we had to organize them to step on the battlefield with us and to be with us through this process, and particularly on this first round. And why was that important? Why was that important? Because in order for California to win reparations, it's going to take more than the 12 members. It is going to take the entire state. And we know that the fullness of the reparations recommendations include many things out of the 1,100 pages, both systemic change, but also the individual compensation. And we see all of it as part of reparations. And this would require special tactics and strategies, both inside and outside of the Capitol. It would require us to reach into some of these rural and suburban hamlets. And so this year we launched the State of Black California report for reparations across the state. We hosted 5 convenings from Fresno to the Inland Empire. More than 1,000 community members came together and we shared our approach, and we received their feedback on how to move this entire multi-year campaign forward. And I'm proud to say that the Legislative Black Caucus, we delivered this year, and it was a successful approach. And in the end, the state legislature proudly passed 8 reparations bills, which were all signed by the governor. And I want to say several of the bills in the package were held. And we understand, right? But that's part of how bill making happens. But the priority bill that we set out to do was the first step laid out in the task force recommendations, which was an apology, an official apology for the historic role California played in perpetuating the harms of slavery and the hundreds of years of discrimination against Black Californians. The bill was prioritized because it was modeled after the guidelines that the task force used, which was the UN official model for how do you address reparations. Internationally, apology is the first step in the process. But there were other bills signed, including recommendations that grocery stores be required to report when they close their pharmacies and groceries in our food deserts, that where discrimination happens, that local enforcement allows individuals to file complaints in the cities where the discrimination happened. We expanded protection, building on the Crown Act, for hair discrimination protections. And we also made sure that grants that are awarded to educational agencies, that we track the performance by race, so we see how it impacts our children and our communities. We also are requiring the Inspector General to post lists of books that are banned in our public school because woke is under attack, which means our Black history is under attack. We want to know when they're banning our books and our authors. And we also are ensuring that when we give out any educational grants at the state level, that first in line will be career education grants, technical education grants for our community. And lastly, Prop 6, which we want everyone to recognize and to vote for, we are going to remove slavery and involuntary labor from California's state constitution this year. So the Black Caucus built momentum, right? We built momentum, and we achieved the goals that we collected to do. And we knew we had to do this in the midst of a state that was facing a $70 billion deficit, where they were cutting and slashing human services. Right here in LA County, we fought to restore those fundings mechanisms for our county. We also knew at the same time law enforcement in the retail industry proposed a dozen regressive laws that threaten our progress to decarcerate our state, despite all of the work that California had done to lower violent crime rates and to save significant resources through our penal system. And additionally, our caucus, we knew there was an election and we needed to make sure that we had our Californian first woman of color president on that ballot, and we worked hard for that this year. We also knew that there were multiple wars that we had to hold our communities through because our areas are the most diverse in California. And so there were a lot of things happening at the same time, but the most important point I want you to understand is that the Black Caucus, we kept our eye on the prize. We kept ourselves focused on setting a bold precedent that can inspire other reparations initiatives across the country and really the world. And we are grateful for the overwhelming support of groups like the Urban League, the ARRT, Black Women for Wellness, some of the labor unions and others who gave input and testimony and attended hearings to get reparations bills over the finish line. Reparations is changing the world order. It's an effort of great magnitude. And because of that, we will never be able to please everyone. And that's what we heard. We hear hurt, we hear trauma. But we know also that in this time of great social media politicking, we cannot forget that our community has historically never agreed on strategies when it came to sacred work that deals with the souls of Black folks. Whether it was Booker T and W.E.B., whether it was Malcolm and Dr. King, whether it was the Panthers and the NAACP, we always had different strategies on how to achieve freedom. My caucus colleagues and I welcome productive friction. We need it. Pressure, when applied appropriately, creates diamonds. And that's what we're doing in reparations. And that's why we want to make sure that there is space for all of us to communicate about solutions, which is what the last panel talked about, solutions. But I want to be clear, we will not accept violence, Black on Black violence. We will not accept physical threats. We will not accept hate speech online. In our community, inner community politic, our movement voices are better and smarter than physical attacks and normalizing hate speech on social media. We know historically that has never served our community. And in fact, we've lost too many because of it. And so Black people in our communities, Black people who our communities elect to public office, we have to be united in a common goal in order to successfully move forward this reparations effort. We are the warriors of this 21st century civil rights fight and battle for human rights and civil rights and for Black justice. And so when Black people win, we know everyone wins. That's what history has shown us. And so if you have not been involved and engaged in this struggle for reparations, I am extending an invitation. People in this room, folks who are listening and watching, get involved with us in a productive way. Visit us at blackcaucus.legislature.ca.gov. We are starting to track and monitor and build out our reparations, social media, and communication, because we have to come together because the entire world is watching us. They're watching us because this is an unprecedented transformational civil rights policy that our communities, our ancestors have waited so long to accomplish. And so they're cheering us on in this effort. And we are attempting to do the impossible. But Black Californians, If we don't come together, we can't win. But when we come together, we often do. And in this moment, if Black California can win reparations after 250 years of slavery, 100 years of Jim Crow, and 500 years of enduring institutional discrimination from housing and workforce, the economy and contracts and education, we can show communities it can be done. And look, Black and brown people, we founded Los Angeles. We've done great things. We need you. We need our communities. We need our solidarity communities. We need our allies to be with us, because together we can restore Black California for all of California, and we are just getting started at the Legislative Black Caucus, and we need you to stand with us. So thank you, Urban League, for this moment to be with you. Thank you, Cynthia, for this opportunity. We look forward to seeing you all on the battlefield.
Thank you so much. So we've got one more speaker, and then we've got some closing remarks as we wrap it up. So we want you guys to hang tight and stay put for the wrap-up of our event today. So it is a privilege to introduce Councilwoman Heather Hutt, a dedicated advocate for the communities of Los Angeles. Representing the 10th District, Councilwoman Hutt has committed herself to addressing critical issues such as affordable housing, public safety, and economic development. With a strong background in community organizing and public service, she has tirelessly worked to uplift the voices of her constituents and ensure that their needs are met. Her leadership is marked by a focus on equity and inclusivity, striving to create a brighter future for all residents of Los Angeles. Please join me in welcoming Councilwoman Heather Hutt.
Thank you, everybody. I'm your last speaker, so won't be long now. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I certainly want to thank our president and CEO, my good friend Cynthia Hurd, for stepping up to the plate, for bringing us this important conversation. Let's give her a big round of applause. She's given us a day of empowerment and brought people with bright minds together so that we could really understand what our mission is. I want to thank the Urban League team, Stand Up Urban League team, because they've been working for weeks on weeks on weeks to get this done. Thank you, USC, for always making sure your door is open to your neighbors, because I'm just saying. Thank you so much. This is an important conversation on the state of Black Los Angeles, which has allowed thought leaders to come together and really face some interesting topics, from economic empowerment to health access, homelessness, and also we had a very deep conversation on procurement and procurement opportunities in the United States and further. We've highlighted the challenges, which I think the challenging conversation could have gone on for hours and hours, and I believe we had some solution makers sitting up here today that would make a difference. So, CEO, you need another round table with some solutions, because people are ready. We have opportunities in the city of Los Angeles, and I'm going to encourage everybody with a business to get on ramp so that you're able to do business with the city and be ready for the Olympics. That's a little shameless plug for the city of Los Angeles. As one of the most diverse communities in the world, Los Angeles has a responsibility to be a model of unity and progress. To ensure that we continue to thrive, we have to become organizers and create a space where everyone feels valued, heard, and included in shaping our future. We just talked about that when we were talking about organizing opportunities even for work. But I want to close out today by reminding us all that there's a difference between being an organizer and a mobilizer. A mobilizer is like a firework. a dazzling burst of light that ignites a crowd. They rally people around a cause, but their impact could be fleeting, like the sparks that vanish into the light. An organizer, on the other hand, is like a gardener. They tend to the soil of the community, nurture its roots, and cultivate a thriving ecosystem. They listen deeply and build trust to ensure that every voice is heard. The goal of an organizer isn't just a momentary flash, but a lasting legacy of empowerment and change. The job of an organizer is to create other organizers rooted in the community. And that means you. That means everybody in this room. We all need to be organizers for our community. We need to work together to create the future that we all want to see. Look around you, everybody. Look around. Our halls of elected officials should look like our communities. Like Supervisor Holly Mitchell and Senator Smallwood Cuevas and I, we are one of one in our house. You hear me? It's October 2024, and we stand at a turning point in our democracy. I love events like this because it's proof of the steps that we've taken and will continue to take as we make Los Angeles a better place for everyone. We're at a pivotal time in our history, and our job is to make sure that representation is equitable, that our communities always have multiple voices at the table, multiple seats, and multiple votes. This can only happen by being accountable to our communities, not just here, but in the halls of government. This is a job that's going to take every single one of us, a collective effort, because what? When we fight, we win. Can I hear it again? When we fight, we win. And what the Urban League has done for us today is to remind us what we're fighting for, and that there are solutions in the fight, and that we can get there sooner rather than later. This is an amazing time where we all are ready to go, and we're ready to do the work. In the city of Los Angeles, I'm here for you as your city councilwoman, and I'm willing to do just what Kareem said, give opportunities to contractors so that we can move forward, because the airport is the city of Los Angeles. I want to thank you again, CEO, Madam President, and all the things Cynthia heard. I want to thank the Urban League team again and USC and all the sponsors that made this happen. I want to thank you for taking out your time today to register and then show up, because you know how incredibly important it is for us to work together to make a critical change. Thank you, everybody. Have a wonderful all the things. Oh, you're standing up? Thank you.
But stay on stage.
Stay on stage.
All right, thank you so very much for participating in this opportunity to discuss all the challenges that our communities face and also the solutions that you all can bring to our communities. Thank you very much for joining us. It's been a wonderful day, Melissa.
Yeah, we've had great conversation, and we encourage you guys to continue those conversations to uplift, to inspire, and to enact change as well. And we hope you have a fantastic rest of your day. Thank you so much.